Okay, sorry, I'm not seeing the live stream yet, but I'm running it, so we gotta figure something out. Theories of Ether and Electricity. Chapter 1. Ether in the 17th Century. The observation of the heavens, which has been pursued continually from the earliest ages, revealed to the ancients the regularity of the planetary motions and gave rise to the conception of a universal order. Modern research, building on this foundation, has shown how intimate is the connection between the different celestial bodies. They are formed of the same kind of matter that are similar in origin and history, and across the vast spaces which divide them, they hold perpetual intercourse. Until the 17th century, the only influence which was known to be capable of passing from star to star was that of light. Newton added to this the force of gravity, and it is now recognized that the power of communicating across spacious regions is possessed also by the electric and magnetic attractions. It is thus erroneous to regard the heavenly bodies as isolated in vacant space. Around and between them is an incessant conveyance and transformation of energy. To the vehicle of this activity, the name Ether has been given. The ether is a solitary tenet of the universe, save for that infinitesimal fraction of space which is occupied by ordinary matter. Hence arises a problem which has long engaged attention and is not yet completely solved. What relation subsists between the medium which fills the interstellar void and the condensations of matter that are scattered throughout? The history of this problem may be traced back continuously to the earlier half of the 17th century. It first emerged clearly in that reconstruction of ideas regarding the physical universe, which was effected by René Descartes. So they've been screwing up a lot longer than just the last 100 years. Descartes was born in 1596, allegedly, the son of Joachim Descartes, counselor at the Parliament of Brittany. As a young man, he followed the profession of arms and served in the campaigns of Maurice and Nassau. The emperor, in his 24th year, brought a profound crisis, apparently not unlike those which have been recorded of many religious leaders, and he resolved to devote himself thenceforth to the study of philosophy, the age which preceded the birth of Descartes, and that in which he lived, were marked by events which greatly altered the prevalent conceptions of the world. The discovery of America, the circumnavigation of the globe by Drake, the overthrow of the Ptolemaic system of astronomy, which we have another one in place now, and the invention of the telescope, all helped to loosen the old foundations and to make plain the need for a new structure. Why couldn't they think to include the electric force in it then? It was this that Descartes set himself to erect. His aim was the most ambitious. Well, after all, it was a Catholic priest who came up with the Big Bang, George Lemay, something to that effect, that can be conceived. It was nothing less than to create from the beginning a complete system of human knowledge. Of such a system, the basis must necessarily be metaphysical. And this part of Descartes' work is that by which he is most widely known. But his efforts were also largely devoted to the mechanical explanation of nature, which indeed he regarded as one of the chief ends of philosophy. The general character of his writings may be illustrated by a comparison to those of his most celebrated contemporary. Bacon clearly defined the end to be sought for and laid down the method by which it was to be attained, then recognized that to discover all the laws of nature is a task beyond the powers of one man or one generation. He left to posterity the work of filling in the framework which he had designed. Descartes, on the other hand, desired to leave as little as possible for his successors to do. His was a theory of the universe, worked out as far as possible in every detail. It is, however, impossible to derive such a theory inductively unless you are at sufficient observational data on which to base the induction, and as such data were not available in the age of Descartes. He was compelled to deduce phenomena from preconceived principles and causes after the fashion of the older philosophers. To the inherent weakness of this method may be traced the errors that at last brought his scheme to ruin. The contrast between the systems of Bacon and Descartes is not unlike that between the Roman Republic and the Empire of Alexander. In the one case, we have a career of aggrandizement pursued with patience for centuries. In the other, a growth of fungus-like rapidity, a speedy dissolution, and an immense influence long exerted by the disunited fragments. The grandeur of Descartes' plan and the boldness of its execution stimulated scientific thought to a degree before unparalleled, and it was largely from its ruins that later philosophers constructed those more valid theories which have endured to our own time. Descartes regarded the world as an immense machine of operating by the motion and pressure of matter. "Give me matter and motion," he cried, "and I will construct the universe." The peculiarity which distinguished his system from that which afterwards sprang from its decay was the rejection of all forms of action at a distance. He assumed that force cannot be communicated except by actual pressure or impact. By this assumption, he was compelled to provide an explicit mechanism in order to account for each of the known forces of nature, a task evidently much more difficult than that which lies before those who are willing to admit action at a distance as an ultimate property of matter. Since the sun interacts with the planets in sending them light and heat and influencing their motions, it followed from Descartes' principle that interplanetary space must be a plenum, occupied by matter, imperceptible to the touch, but capable of serving as the vehicle of force and light. This conclusion in turn determined the view which he adopted on the all-important question of the nature of matter. According to Descartes' theory, the sun is the center of an immense vortex formed of the first or subtlest kind of matter. The vehicle of light in interplanetary space is matter of the second kind or element, composed of closely packed assemblage of globules whose size is intermediate between that of the vortex matter and that of ponderable matter. All space is permeated by an elastic medium, or ether, which is capable of propagating vibrations in the same way as the air propagates the vibrations of sound, but with far greater velocity. The ether pervades the pores of all material bodies and is the cause of their cohesion. Its density varies from one body to another, being greatest in free interplanetary spaces. It is not necessarily a single uniform substance, but just as air contains aqueous vapor, so the ether may contain various ethereal spirits, adapted to produce the phenomena of electricity, magnetism, and gravitation. Of course, electricity and magnetism equal gravitation, I assume. They have to have something to do with it. The vibrations of the ether cannot, for the reasons already mentioned, be supposed in themselves to constitute light. Light is therefore taken to be something of a different kind, propagated from lucid bodies. They that will may suppose it
aggregate,
an aggregate of various
peripatetic
qualities. Others may suppose it multitudes of unimaginable small and swift corpuscles of various sizes, springing from shining bodies at great distance, one after another, but yet without any sensible interval of time, and continually urged forward by a principle of motion, which in the beginning accelerates them, till the resistance of the ethereal medium equals the force of that principle, much after the manner that bodies let fall in water are accelerated till the resistance of the water equals the force of gravity. But they that like not this may suppose light any other corporal emanation, or any impulse or motion of any other medium or ethereal spirit, diffused through the main body of ether, or what else they can imagine proper for this purpose. To avoid dispute, and make this hypothesis general, let every man here take his fancy. Only whatever light may be, I suppose it consists of rays differing from one another in contingent circumstances, as bigness, form, or vigor. In truth of Hooke's hypothesis, that light is essentially a form of motion, seemed to Huygens to be proved by the effects observed with burning glasses, for in combustion induced at the focus of the glass, the molecules of bodies are disassociated, which, as he remarked, must be taken as a certain sign of motion. If, in conformity to the Celestian philosophy, we seek the cause of all natural phenomena in purely mechanical actions, much to their chagrin, if they just would have had the brains to bring in electromagnetism. The question then arises as to whether the motion is that of a medium, as is supposed in Hooke's theory, or whether it may be compared rather to that of a flight of arrows. As in the corpuscular theory, Huygens decided that the former alternative is the only tenable one, since beams of light proceeding in directions inclined to each other do not interfere with each other in any way. Moreover, it had previously been shown by Torricelli that light is transmitted as readily through a vacuum as through air, and from this Huygens inferred that the medium or ether in which the propagation takes place must penetrate all matter and be present even in all so-called vacua.
Vacua.
Got it right. Hooke's theory of color was completely overthrown within a few years of its publication by one of the earliest discoveries of Isaac Newton. Newton, who was elected a Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, he was also very religious in the church. Not many know that. In 1667, I believe he was a canon in the Catholic Church, had in the beginning of 1666, crazy year, obtained a triangular prism to try therewith the celebrated phenomena of color. For this purpose, having darkened my chamber and made a small hole in my window shuts to let in a convenient quantity of the sun's light, I placed my prism at his entrance, that it might be thereby refracted to the opposite wall. It was at first a very pleasing divertisement to view the vivid and intense colors produced thereby, but after a while applying myself to consider them more circumspectly, I became surprised to see them in an oblong form, which, according to received laws of refraction, I expected should have been circular. The length of the colored spectrum was, in fact, about 5 times as great as its breadth. The puzzling fact he set himself to study, and after more experiments, the true explanation was discovered. Namely, the ordinary white light is really a mixture of rays of every variety of color, and that the elongation of the spectrum is due to the difference in the refractive power of the glass for these different rays. Talking about a prism. Amidst all these, he tells us, I was forced from Cambridge by the intervening plague. This was in 1666, and his memoir on the subject was not presented to the Royal Society until 5 years later. In it, he propounds a theory of color directly opposed to that of Hooke. Colors, he says, are not qualifications of light derived from refractions or reflections of natural bodies, as 'tis generally believed, but original and connate properties, which in diverse rays are diverse. Some rays are disposed to exhibit a red color and no other, some a yellow and no other, some a green and no other, and so of the rest. Nor are they only rays proper and particular to the more eminent colors, but even to all their intermediate gradations. The publication of the new theory by Newton gave rise to an acute controversy. As might have been expected, Hooke, the foremost among the opponents, and led the attack with some degree of asperity. When it is remembered that at this time Newton was at the outset of his career, while Hooke was an older man with an established reputation, and why he couldn't have just been friendly instead of treating him like he's threatening, he made it come true just by being paranoid about it. While Hooke was an older man with an established reputation, such harshness appears particularly ungenerous. And it is likely that the unpleasant consequences which followed the announcement of his first great discovery had much to do with the reluctance which Newton ever afterward showed to publish his results to the world. Yep, once bitten, twice shy. Only for the one. In the course of the discussion, Newton found occasion to explain more fully the views which he entertained regarding the nature of light. Hooke charged him with holding the doctrine that light is a material substance. Now Newton had, as a matter of fact, a great dislike of the more imaginative kind of hypothesis. He altogether renounced the attempt to construct the universe from its foundations after the fashion of Descartes, and aspired to nothing more than a formulation of the laws which directly govern the actual phenomenon. His theory of gravitation, for example, is strictly an expression of the results of observation and involves no hypothesis as to the cause of the attraction, which subsists between ponderable bodies, and his own desire in regard to optics was to present a theory free from speculation as to the hidden mechanism of light. Accordingly, in reply to Hooke's criticism, he protested that his views on color were in no way bound up with any particular conception of the ultimate nature of optical processes. He found out that in every light ray there is every color in the rainbow by putting it in a prism. Newton was, however, to carry out his plan of connecting together the phenomena of light into a coherent and well-reasoned whole without having recourse to hypothesis. Hypothesis of Hooke that light consists in vibrations of an ether he rejected for reasons which at that time were perfectly cogent, and which indeed were not successfully refuted over a century. One of these was the incompetence of the wave theory to account for the rectilinear propagation of light, and another was its inability to embrace the facts, discovered, as we shall see, by Huygens, and first intercepted correctly by Newton himself, of polarization. On the whole, he seems to have favored a scheme of which the following may have taken. All space is permeated by an elastic medium, or ether, which is capable of propagating vibrations in the same way as the air propagates the vibrations of sound, but with far greater velocity. This ether pervades the pores of all material bodies and is the cause of their cohesion. Its density varies from one body to another, being the greatest in the free interplanetary spaces. In 1807, Hans Christian Ørsted, 1777 to 1851, professor of natural philosophy in Copenhagen, announced his intention of examining the action of electricity on the magnetic needle. But it was not for some years that his hopes were realized. If one of his pupils is to be believed, he was a man of genius, but a very unhappy experiment. He could not manipulate instruments. He must always have an assistant with auditors who had easy hands to arrange the experiment. During a course of lectures, which he delivered in the winter of 1819-1820 on electricity, galvanism, and magnetism, the idea occurred to him that the changes observed with the compass needle during a thunderstorm might give the clue to the effect of which he was in search, and this led him to think that the experiment should be tried with the galvanic circuit closed instead of open, and to inquire whether any effect is produced on a magnetic needle when electric current is passed through a neighboring wire. At first, he placed the wire at right angles to the needle, but observed no result. After the end of a lecture in which this negative experiment had been shown, the idea occurred to him to place the wire parallel to the needle. On trying it, a pronounced deflection was observed, and the relation between magnetism and the electric current was discovered. After confirmatory experiments with more powerful apparatus, the public announcement was made in July 1820. The next step came from André Marie Ampère, who at the meeting of the Academy on September 18th, exactly a week after the news of Ørsted's first discovery had arrived, showed that two parallel wires carrying currents attract each other if the currents are in the same direction, and repel each other if the currents are in opposite direction. The reluctance, which some philosophers felt, to filling all space with an elastic fluid, the ether, he met with an argument which strangely foreshadows the electric theory of light, that a medium resembling in many properties that which has been denominated ether does really exist. Is undeniably proved by the phenomena of electricity. I would say that would be true. Wouldn't have anything to travel in. The rapid transmission of the electrical shock shows that the electric medium is possessed with an elasticity as great as is necessary to be supposed for the propagation of light. Whether the electric ether is to be considered the same with the luminous ether, if such fluid exists, may perhaps at some future time be discovered by experiment. Hitherto, I have not been able to observe that the refractive power of a fluid undergoes any change by electricity. The ether is part of that unseen world that I've talked about. The electric theory of light, it is known now that light is an electromagnetic wave. Yeah, just about everything is electric. I don't know of anything that isn't. Think of it. Introduction to the Electric Cosmos. Don Scott. What is wrong with present-day accepted astrophysics? It is not scientific. In today's world, many people characterize themselves as being scientists. Only those who always carefully follow the scientific method are deserving of that title. Modern establishment astrophysics fails the test in several ways. The empirical scientific method. Scientists are distinguishable from artists, poets, musicians, and others in that they use what is known as the scientific method. It is not that inspiration or the muse is not valuable in science. It is, but it is not the starting point of what we call science. In the process, called the scientific method, a true scientist will observe nature carefully, record what is seen, 2. Seek patterns in the observed data, put numbers on the data, fit equations to those numbers. 3. Generalize those equations into a world description of the process. This is a hypothesis. 4. Carry out experiments and or gather independent data to see how well the hypothesis predicts future observations and results. This is called closing the loop on your hypothesis. Reject or modify the hypothesis if the experiment show it falls short of success in these predictions. Only after the results of several experiments have been successfully predicted by the hypothesis can it be called a theory. If two different theories predict a given phenomenon equally well, the simpler theory is probably the best one. This principle is called Occam's razor. Theories can never be proven to be correct. Some other mechanism entirely may be the cause of the observed data. But theories can be disproved if they fail to predict the outcomes of additional experiments. Such theories are termed to be falsified. Sometimes the scientific method, as described above, is called the empirical method, the deductive method. As an alternative to the empirical method, there is a method of deriving theories from assumed generalizations about the universe. This is called the deductive method. In this process, one starts with a law of nature, or obviously correct generalization about the way things work, and deduces, reasons out, derives its consequences in detail. A hypothesis arrived at via this method is promoted to the status of being a theory, if a large enough body of experts accept it. Thus, in this method, a vote of experts determines if the theory is correct. Once such a theory has been accepted, it is not easily rejected in the light of conflicting evidence. It is, however, often modified, made more complex, and, unfortunately, new data is often selectively chosen to support it. The selection and publication of only the data that support the accepted theory is expedited by the peer review system. If the experts who have accepted a given theory control both the funding of future research and also what gets published, there is little chance for conflicting viewpoints to develop. Pseudoscience. Some hypotheses, when presented by august, well-established scientists, are given credence without anyone questioning whether the hypothesis has been developed using the scientific method. Yet in most cases it is not difficult to check whether or not scientific method has been used correctly. For example, consider the hypothesis that there are gnomes in my garden that always make themselves invisible when anyone tries to observe them. Clearly, no conceivable experiment or observation could falsify that statement. This is evidence the hypothesis comes from a pseudoscientific source. Legitimate theories must be falsifiable. The problem forced by modern astronomy is that experiments are not possible because the stars are light years away. We cannot hope to be able to go there and perform experiments on them. Until relatively recent, even the planets were out of reach. Thus, cosmologists never get to complete the scientific method. We cannot close the loop in cosmology, but if we cannot test our hypotheses, how can we reject or modify them? The answer, of course, is that astrophysicists, more than those in any other branch of science, must be exceedingly careful to continually examine their hypotheses in the light of any new data. It is the contention of the author of these pages that they have not been doing this. Einstein was a purely theoretical physicist. He never went near a physics lab. He conducted only Gedankenexperimenten, thought experiments, in order to arrive at his general theory of relativity, GR. This is a perfect example of the deductive method at work. Its use is exceptionally dangerous in an area like cosmology, wherein it is difficult to falsify any theory. Now that GR theory is accepted by establishment astrophysics, any new data, such as photographs of the astronomical object known as the Einstein cross, are discussed only within the framework of this complicated theory. The images of the four small objects in the Einstein cross, when looked at only from this viewpoint, are considered to be supporting evidence for the GR theory. However, they could just as well be interpreted as being evidence supporting a much simpler cosmological theory. Evidence contradictory to the accepted Big Bang theory, such as images of connections between objects that have widely different redshift values, are dismissed as being mirages. False assumptions in astrophysics. Most of today's accepted astronomy cosmology is a set of deductively arrived at hypotheses precariously based on two false assumptions. 1. Electrical fields, currents, and plasma discharges are not important in space. Only gravitational and magnetic fields are important. 2. If the light from an object exhibits redshift, the object must be speeding away from us, and its distance from us is directly proportional to that speed. Both of these assumptions are demonstrably wrong, and they have been, and continue to be, contradicted by actual observations of the sky. Those observations tell us that the universe is highly electrical in nature, and 2. Redshift is more a measure of an object's youth than its velocity. The continued refusal of astrophysicists to re-examine their hypotheses in light of these new observations is the focus of these pages. The continued refusal of astrophysics to re-examine their hypotheses in light of these new observations is the focus of these pages. Invisible entities invented to patch up failing theories. The theories that have sprung from these faulty, overcomplicated mathematical models, I would say monstrosities, have given birth to such arcane notions as curved space, neutron stars, WIMPs, and now WIMPzillas, machos, several different types of black holes, superluminal jets, dark energy, and magnetic field lines that pile up, merge, and reconnect. All of these inventions are fictions put forth by astrophysics in desperate efforts to defend their theories when faced with contradicting observations. None have ever been observed or photographed. Many of them are demonstrably impossible. But their existence is repeatedly invoked to explain new observations and measurements that contradict the enshrined theories of modern astronomy without resorting to the use of electrical principles. We continually hear statements such as, "There must be a black hole at the center of the galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain its level of energy output. There must be invisible dark matter in the galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain how it rotates the way it does. 99% of the universe is made up of dark energy. Otherwise, the Big Bang theory is falsified. Pulsars must be made of strange matter. Otherwise, we might have to look for an electrical explanation." We are also asked to believe that Two objects, like galaxy NGC 4319 and its companion Markarian 205, are not connected together, even though we have photographs of the connection. So we are told not to believe in things that we can see, but that we should believe in the existence of the magic entities that their theories require, even though we cannot see or measure them. Astrophysics denigrate outsiders, then quietly adapt their new ideas. There have been several instances in the past when the astronomical mainstream has long rejected the idea that is later accepted. There is usually no public disgrace for the in-group who were on the wrong side of the issue. When, after being viciously denigrated, the validity of a new idea becomes inescapably obvious. A few years go by, and then we quietly hear, well, everyone has known for a long time that the new idea, was always true. Absolutely. An example of this is Hans Alfvén's discovery of plasma waves. This relatively recently discovered property of plasmas is now being wrongly used by astrophysics to explain away all sorts of what is for them enigmatic phenomena, such as the temperature inversion in the sun's lower corona. The future. In a few years, perhaps we will hear, well, everyone has known for a long time that quasars are not extremely distant, and redshift is more a measurement of youth of an object than its recessional velocity and distance. No one said for sure there ever was a Big Bang. It was just another false theory. Everyone has known for a long time that electric currents flowing in plasmas produce many of the mysterious observed solar and cosmic phenomena, and we will not hear of machos, WIMPs, neutronium, dark energy, and broken magnetic field lines from any serious scientist ever again. Time will tell. Will the founders of the electric plasma universe theory be acknowledged as having been the pathfinders they are? Or will lesser men quietly adopt these ideas without giving credit to their originators, and then claim them to be well known? This website. The following pages discuss some of the people, observations, and ideas that challenge the false assumptions that mainstream science refuses to re-examine. When you read them, remember that any single unanswered challenge of this sort is enough to bring down the pseudo-scientific magic show that modern astronomy cosmology has become, like a house of cards. Don Scott.
Well said, Don.
To give a summary of my interest and position in the debate about the Saturnian configuration, I was one of the early science undergraduates in the late 50s who had read Velikovsky's works before in the halls of academia. To my surprise and profound disillusionment with quote-unquote experts, I soon discovered that this was not so. I then began to do what Dave has done, and looked for further evidence. Working on my own, so far as I know, I was the only science undergraduate who haunted the anthropology section of the library bookshelves. It was enough to convince me that there was a major case to be explored for a recent rearrangement of the solar system. I did not pursue the mytho-historical threads since my first love is astronomy, but I have applied the same principles in that field that Dave has done in his work. That is, pattern recognition and matching. The results have been very encouraging and interesting. I should state my prejudices concerning the present state of science. I would characterize the scientific age as being the age of Homo sapien ignoramus. To be specific about our ignorance in the areas most likely to affect the Saturnian configuration, I would list the following. Gravity. Einstein, with his geometric description of gravity, has held back understanding by the better part of a century. The most promising work in explaining gravity is being done by a handful of classical physicists who see it as a minute imbalance in electrostatic forces associated with fundamental particles. The recent announcement of the accidental discovery of gravitational shielding by a rotating superconductor seems congruent with the classical approach. It certainly could not be predicted from the current metaphysics of gravity theory. Electrical discharges. This is crucial. We do not understand what causes earthly lightning, so we are unlikely to acknowledge plasma discharges in space. The little plasma physics that astronomers are taught is flawed. The plasmas are electrically neutral and superconducting. They trap magnetic fields. So apart from gravity, magnetism is the only other force we hear about. We are told that energetic events on the sun are due to magnetic reconnection, whatever that means. The strongest force, barring nuclear, electrical, is never mentioned. We find it easy on Earth to generate X-rays using electric discharge, but astronomers insist on nature doing it the hard way in space. It is also not generally known that electrical discharges are very efficient at removing material against gravity and dumping it into space or onto another nearby object. Stars. We do not understand what makes them tick. As Ralph Jurgens said in the 70s, practically every feature of our sun has no business being there. If it is purely a thermonuclear engine radiating into space, magnetic fields do not occur without an associated electric current. The sun is essentially an extended conducting plasma subject to electric stress. The phenomenon we call the sun is purely a ball of lightning. That the Earth and other planets intercept some of the galactic plasma discharge is shown by the recent discovery of diffuse stratospheric discharges, sprites, X-rays, and gamma rays above earthly storms. This is a precise analog of the corona, X-rays, chromospheric glow discharge, and photospheric lightning. Granulations are the tops of the discharges on the sun. The umbra of a sunspot gives us a glimpse of the true temperature of the body of the sun. As a result of this realization, it follows that the conventional stellar evolutionary story is pure fiction. Stars are what they are because of their environment. Their variability is caused by their environment, not their internal workings. This explains the speed with which some stars change their characteristics. Heavy elements are not built up slowly in supernovae, but at the surface of all stars, in the non-thermal compression and acceleration of plasma discharges, granulations. Hence, nucleosynthesis and what little neutrino production there is fall as the sunspot number increases. The differential rotation of the sun, its magnetic field, and the sunspot cycle are all influenced by the sun's passage across large Birkeland currents, flowing along and defining the arms of our galaxy. Planet formation. The Laplacian theory and its variants are garbage. The Hubble Space Telescope has shown that in regions of star formation, large bodies are being shot out as if from a gun, which is peculiar if gravity is the operative force. Once again, plasma discharges provide a mechanism which can simply explain this. The view is that diffuse hydrogen and dust is efficiently scavenged and compressed by the well-known magnetic pinch effect of an electric current flowing along the arms of a galaxy. At some point, gravity takes over and stellar objects are formed. Beyond a certain size, protostars become electrically unstable in fission, spitting out some of the core and giving rise to one or more companions. So I still think that the Herbig-Haro objects might have something to do with the formation of planets as well. So there seems to be more than one way for a planet to be made. But when we're looking at planets, it's very possible that we could be looking at the core of a star, or at least a portion of it. That's interesting. This explains the predilection for stars to be found in pairs or multiples. Got that right. Not all the matter ejected from the core of a protostar may coalesce into a companion star. It may be in the form of one or a number of gas giants. The recent discovery of a Jupiter-like body orbiting very close to a nearby star argues strongly for this model and against the standard theory. A gas giant, in turn, due to either internal or external electrical disturbance, may fission, spitting out its core to give rise to the highly condensed planets, moons, asteroids, comets, etc. Cosmology. All of the above gives rise to the conviction that cosmology should be in the hands of the plasma physics experimenters, not the theorists. It is ironic that they have been chasing the holy grail of fusion power, just like the sun, when that is patently wrong. Interestingly, a recent breakthrough in fusion energy research came about in my hometown, Canberra. When the researchers configured their plasma discharge in the form of a Birkeling current ring, a precise analog of that flowing along the arms of our galaxy. But astronomers will continue to be surprised by results pouring in from space probes when their fundamental paradigms rest on Newtonian and billiard ball physics. The current paradigm has no predictive power whatsoever. The book The Big Bang Never Happened by Eric J. Lerner is a pointer to the cosmology of the 21st century. So what are the patterns that apply from all of this to the Saturnian configuration, SC? The following are some ideas. 1. The core discharge mechanism of planet formation is a plausible way to generate the SC, a string of objects with the largest near the middle. It's Saturnian configuration, SC. 2. The reliance on the degree of electrical stress in the enveloping plasma for the characteristics of the larger bodies enclosed in that plasma could see rapid changes occur, even the disruption of one of the stellar or gas giant objects. It could certainly involve jets of material being emitted by such bodies and forming a diffuse cloud enveloping the polar configuration. It could also be the destabilizing influence which finally breaks it up. 3. As seen in the high-speed objects shooting out of the Orion Nebula, plasma discharges take place in the core of a star or gas giant, can result in considerable acceleration of the resultant debris. This may provide some of the source of the energy required to position Jupiter and Saturn much further out in our solar system. The redistribution of charge amongst objects in the solar radial field also requires that their orbits will change. 4. Charged bodies orbiting eccentrically in a radial electric field around the Sun will dissipate energy through electromagnetic induction, heating, in such a way as to quickly spiral into a circular orbit. For any object with a high eccentricity, electrical breakdown will occur within its Langmuir sheath, and cometary discharge phenomena will be seen, regardless of its size. Venus. 5. If gravity is essentially an electrostatic phenomenon, the unusual environment of the Saturnian configuration could be expected to have caused a difference in the perceived gravity at the surface of the Earth. It is conceivable that the electric stress within the plasma sheath enclosing the SC was less than that which the Earth endures in its current solar environment. This would result in an effective lower gravity. The breakup of the SC would have caused a sudden change. An interesting sidelight to this idea is that the apparent very low density of Saturn may be due to the use of a universal gravitational constant in the determination. There may be no such thing. Measurements of G in laboratories on Earth don't seem to agree. In Saturn's electrical environment, we may have shared an apparent low gravity. 6. Various odd phenomena associated with plasma discharges would have been observed from Earth and should appear in ancient depictions of the SC. These include helical, serpentine glows surrounding a central column, or twined rope-like around each other. These would be representations of Birkeland currents flowing between planets enveloped in the same plasma sheath. The number of strands may have varied and given rise to the depictions of Venus with different numbers of radians. We should also look at the photographs from deep space of exploding stars for clues to the imagery, since they are electric discharge phenomena writ large. 1. They could possibly look like rings around the column, or a series of flared skirts. Another effect is seen in discharge tubes filled with low-pressure gas, where a series of light and dark bands are formed transverse to the discharge axis. This might give rise to a kind of stairway to heaven or ziggurat appearance. Then there is the self-contained plasmoid, a corkscrew within an overall football shape, which forms the interplanetary equivalent of lightning and appears to have been depicted as Zeus' thunderbolt. I have looked in some detail at chondritic meteorites, which I expect to be leftovers from a planetary discharge event. They show all the characteristics to be expected of material that has been subjected to flash heating, acceleration, collision, and ion implantation in a spatially restricted compressed gas stream, together with isotopic modification by enhanced radiation, followed by sudden cooling, all the symptoms of a plasma discharge. I predicted that the features of the enigmatic chondrule shells could be reproduced in the lab in a plasma oven. A planetary discharge is a very effective way for Martian meteorites to have been created. Very strong evidence for planetary electrical scarring comes from the Magellan orbiter images of Venus. Also, the Jovian moon Europa was presumably a part of the Saturnian configuration and would also have been subject to electrical scarring. I predict that when close-ups of Europa are available in December, The so-called cracks in the ice will be found to be electric discharge channels, with the raised levees on either side of the dark cross-section caused by discharge modification of the excavated material, in the manner of the green glass beads formed from the melted soil excavated by an electric discharge along the lunar rails. The cracks on Europa show no lateral displacement where they intersect, though displacement would be expected if they were due to shifting ice. Discharge channels will throw material from the younger channel into the older where they intersect. Cracks should not show this characteristic. After that, I need a long cold Foster. Wall Thornhill. It is the thunderbolt that steers the universe. Heraclitus, circa 500 BC. Lightning of the Gods, by Wall Thornhill. This begins a series of articles by Wall Thornhill on the electrical character of stars and planets. Heraclitus, 2,500 years ago, was closer to the truth than modern astronomers. In years to come, people will look back on the present era with incredulity. How could we have been so blind? Why did we regard the universe as electrically sterile, when the evidence that it was not was staring us in the face? In answering these questions, I will show how badly science suffers from paradigm paralysis. Breaking free from old paradigms allows amazing connections to be forged between disciplines presently thought to have nothing in common. Who would have thought that mythology could illuminate plasma physics and celestial dynamics, and vice versa? This must be the hallmark of correct paradigms. No data can be ignored or discredited when searching for the truth. Every piece must fit the puzzle. Some of the results are astounding on first meeting. For example, that our sun and all stars are giant balls of lightning, but so obvious and simple when the evidence is presented. That evidence comes from the totality of human experience of phenomena in the skies, spanning prehistoric cave paintings to modern space probes. This is as it must be. According to David Talbot's meticulous research spanning 25 years, the Saturnian configuration was a spectacular arrangement of looming planets in Earth's prehistoric sky, universally remembered and depicted by the ancients. The appearance of that sky beggars even the modern imagination, which has been conditioned to the weirdness of phenomena seen in deep space. Since shortly after their assumed creation 4 or 5 billion years ago, the planets are believed to have moved like clockwork along the separate orbits. Yet it is well known among astronomers that Newton's law of gravity, when applied to more than 2 orbiting bodies, leads in a relatively short time to chaotic motion. How can the solar system have remained in its apparent stable configuration for the 5 eons required by current theories of solar system evolution? And why, if the planets and moons were formed from the same primordial cloud of gas and dust, are they such a fruit salad of physical characteristics, axial tilts, rotation rates, and orbits? Why do many of the moons show sharp hemispherical differences? What really caused the strange, pristine scars seen on the inner planets and moons? How is it that many of these scars are of such colossal size? In several cases, we see smaller moons, craters so large that the moons should have been pulverized by the impact. Yet, or if indeed the craters were formed by impacting bodies, the ad hoc nature of most expert answers to these questions prompts skepticism of the current paradigm. It seems much too easy to dismiss the Saturnian configuration of planets as science fiction. Astronomers may reassure themselves and us that such an arrangement of planets is impossible. But in doing so, there is no acknowledgement of the alien sky, depicted with remarkable specificity and consistency by ancient peoples around the world. Consequently, many loose ends in other disciplines are left dangling. This is characteristic of modern scientific knowledge. It has been left to a few qualified people with more imagination to show that there is a stable dynamical system of planets conforming to the Saturnian configuration. But it raises the additional question: if the solar system has been so drastically reordered since prehistoric times, how is it that it shows no sign of it now? I will show that by scaling up electrical effects seen on Earth and in the laboratory, I can provide stunning support for the ancient imagery of a different sky, and hence the likelihood that planets and moons did move in close proximity in the recent past, as proposed by David Towlett's model. An electric universe model provides a simple mechanism for reordering a chaotic planetary system in a very short time and maintaining that stability. It has other startling consequences which confirm that science fiction writers are the best predictors of the future. My approach to the problem has been like Talbot's, using pattern matching, but converging from the physical sciences rather than the humanities. It is a lesson we both learned early from Immanuel Velikovsky. It has given amazing results for the synthesis of a new cosmology and history of the human race. It provides the first glimpse of the interdisciplinary knowledge of the third millennium. So what do I mean by an electric universe? Astronomical theory presents gravity and magnetism as the only forces participating in the mechanism of the universe. This may seem a very strange attitude when it is known that magnetism requires electrical currents to flow. But I think it highlights our mistaken models of the material world and our failure to discern the interconnections of seemingly separate parts. I will show that a re-examination of basic physics points to an intimate connection between the electrical force and magnetism and gravity. The result is a more holistic, interconnected view of the universe and its interactions, from the subatomic level on up through living beings to the planets, stars, and great streaming galaxies. The following news items were submitted by Ian Tressman from The New Scientist, August 2nd, 1997. Twist of Fate points to an intimate connection between the electrical force and magnetism and gravity. The result is a more holistic, interconnected view of the universe and its interactions, from the subatomic level on up through living beings to the planets, stars, and great streaming galaxies.
The modern astrophysical concept that ascribes the sun's energy to the thermonuclear reactions deep in the solar interior is contradicted by nearly every observable aspect of the sun. That was published in 1980. When I read his paper, it just seemed so obvious to me that he was correct. And that was when I began to really try and understand the sun for myself. Ralph Jurgen certainly pointed the way and did a very thorough job. So, what is a star? An undergraduate textbook on the structure and evolution of stars makes a star seem a very simple object. And I quote, "A star can be defined as a body that satisfies two conditions. A, it is bound by self-gravity, and B, it radiates energy supplied by an internal source." Behind this definition are some critical assumptions that Sir Arthur Eddington bequeathed to us long before the space age in his 1926 opus, The Internal Constitution of the Stars. But how many students now read Eddington's original work with a critical eye? Indeed, how many read him at all? Here's Sir Arthur Eddington. Eddington wrote, "The problem of the source of a star's energy will be considered. By a process of exhaustion, we are driven to conclude that the only possible source of a star's energy is subatomic," because at this stage it had been discovered, nuclear energy had been discovered. He said, "Yet it must be confessed that the hypothesis shows little disposition to accommodate itself to the detailed requirements of observation, and a critic might count up a large number of fatal objections." End of quote. A single fatal objection would suffice to falsify the hypothesis, but the apparent isolation of stars in the vacuum of space encouraged the belief that stars must consume themselves to fuel their own fires, rather like a campfire in the sky, only a modern version. The fatal objections would be sorted out later. Two such objections are behind NASA's plan to launch a mission to the Sun called Solar Probe Plus in 2018, with first close approach in December 2024. And I hope I'm about to report on that. NASA says the mission's primary scientific goal is to understand how the Sun's corona is heated and how the solar wind is accelerated. Solar Probe Plus will revolutionise our knowledge of the origin and evolution of the solar wind. That's the end of the quote. That will follow 92 years of denial that there is a serious problem with our understanding of our nearest star. Neither of these features are predicted by the standard solar model. Eddington argued the need for a central fire as follows. No source of energy is of any avail unless it liberates energy in the deep interior of the star. It is not enough to provide for the external radiation of the star. We must provide for the maintenance of the high internal temperature without which the star would collapse. This is the rationale for having a high energy, high temperature core in a star. But this assumes that a star is basically a ball of hot gas obeying gravity and the standard laboratory gas laws. Eddington's logic of exhaustion had to set aside facts that didn't fit the only possible theory. Appearances can be deceptive when viewed through the lens of a single idea. A kind of tunnel vision develops that accommodates fatal objections with the excuse that someday we will find the answers, just give me more money. To compensate for the weakness of the excuse, those who adopt the consensus view acquire a kind of evangelical zeal, which you can see anytime you see these interviews with astrophysicists. For example, the undergraduate textbook referred to in the last slide opens with, "The theory of stellar structure and evolution is elegant and impressively powerful." Yet we have recently discovered stars that shouldn't exist. In one instance, the star is too huge to be inflated by a central fire. Tunnel vision does more than magnify the elegance of the
The electric sun hypothesis. The basics. In this day and age, there is no longer any doubt that electric effects in plasmas play an important role in the phenomena we observe on the sun. The major properties of the electric sun ES model are as follows. Most of the space within our galaxy is occupied by plasma, rarefied ionized gas containing electrons, negative charges, and ionized atoms, positive charges. Every charged particle in the plasma has an electric potential energy, voltage, just as every pebble on a mountain has a mechanical potential energy with respect to sea level. The sun is at the center of a plasma cell, called the heliosphere, that stretches far out, several times the radius of Pluto. As of 9/9/2012, the radius of this plasma cell has been measured to be greater than 18 billion kilometers, or 122 times the distance from the sun to Earth. These are facts, not hypotheses. The sun is at a more positive electrical potential, voltage, than is the space plasma surrounding it, probably in the order of several thousand volts. Positive ions leave the sun. Electrons enter the sun. Both of these flows add to form a net positive current flowing through the sun, entering at the poles and leaving radially at lower latitudes. This constitutes a plasma discharge, analogous in every way, except size, to those that have been observed in electrical plasma laboratories for decades. Because of the sun's positive charge, voltage, it acts as the anode in a plasma discharge. As such, it exhibits many of the phenomena observed in earthbound plasma laboratory experiments. The sun may be powered not from within itself, but from outside, by the electric Birkeland currents that flow in our arm of our galaxy, as they do in all galaxies. This possibility that the sun may be externally powered by its galactic environment is the most speculative idea in the ES hypothesis, and is always attacked by critics, while they completely ignore all the other obvious properties of the ES model. In the plasma universe is high. An electrically powered sun's radiated power would be due to the energy delivered by that amperage. As it travels around the galactic center, the sun may come into regions of higher or lower current density, and so its output may vary, both periodically and randomly. The corona. The sun's corona is visible only during solar eclipses, or via sophisticated instruments developed for that specific purpose. It is a vast, luminous plasma glow that changes shape with time, always remaining fairly smooth and distributed in its inner regions, and showing filamentary spikes and points in its outer fringes. It is a glow-mode plasma discharge. If the sun were not electrical in nature, this corona would not exist. If the sun is simply a non-electrical nuclear furnace, the corona has no business being there at all. So one of the most basic questions that ought to arise in any discussion of the sun is, why does our sun have a corona? Why is it there? It serves no purpose in a fusion-only model, nor can such models explain its existence. The solar wind. Positive ions stream outward from the sun's surface and accelerate away through the corona for as far as we have been able to measure. It is thought that these particles eventually make up a portion of the cosmic ray flux that permeates the cosmos. The wind varies with time and has even been observed to stop completely for a period of a day or two. What causes this fluctuation? The ES model proposes a simple explanation and suggests a mechanism that both creates and controls fluctuations in its flow. The standard model provides no such explanation or mechanism. See solar surface transistor action, electrical properties of the photosphere and the chromosphere. The essence of the electric sun hypothesis is a description of the electrical properties of its photosphere, chromosphere, and the resulting effects on the charged particles that move through those layers. The surface of the sun that we typically see from Earth is the photosphere, which is a brightly radiating layer of plasma only about 500 kilometers thick. It is analogous to the anode glow region of a laboratory gas discharge experiment, except that it is in arc mode. It consists of cells of plasma, sometimes called tufts or granules. Sunspots are areas where no such granules exist. The granules observed on the surface of the photosphere are in fairly turbulent motion. They change shape, size, and disappear in a matter of hours or days. New ones pop up in their place. The anode glow is often observed in the laboratory to consist of a pattern of small, rotating, regularly arranged spots whose speed of rotation is sometimes sufficiently slow to be followed by the unaided eye. The analogy between the laboratory gas discharge and the behavior of the sun is indeed a compelling one. The photosphere then is plasma in the arc mode. We say this because the sun emits power at a rate of over 63 million watts per square meter from its photospheric surface. This is equivalent to a power output of 40 kilowatts from each square inch of that surface. Some have questioned whether the photosphere's relatively low temperature, about 5,800 Kelvin, disqualifies it from being in arc mode. In 1944, C.E.R. Bruce of England's Electrical Research Institute proposed that the photosphere has the appearance, the temperature, and the spectrum of an electric arc. It has arc characteristics because it is an electric arc, or a large number of arcs in parallel, and it is difficult to imagine a plasma discharge in anything other than arc mode that could radiate 40 kilowatts of power from each square inch of its surface area. A cross-section taken from a photospheric granule is shown in the three plots shown together below in Figure 1. The horizontal axis is distance, measured radially outward, upward, starting at a point near the bottom of the photosphere, the true surface of the sun, which we can only observe in the umbra of sunspots. Almost every observed property of the sun can be explained through reference to these three plots. For this reason, much of the discussion that follows makes reference to them. The first plot shows the energy per unit positive charge of an ion as a function of its distance out from, altitude up from, the solar surface. The units of energy per unit charge are volts, V. The second plot, the E field, shows the outward-upward radial force toward the right in this figure, experienced by each such positive ion. The third plot shows the locations of the charge densities that will produce the first two plots. The chromosphere is the location of a plasma double layer, DL, of electrical charge. Recall that one of the properties of electric plasma is its excellent, although not perfect, conductivity. Such an excellent conductor will support only a weak electric field. Notice in the second plot that the almost ideal plasmas of the photosphere, region B to C, and the corona from point E outward are regions of almost zero electric field strength. End of part 1. When we consider the Sun, however, spherical geometry exists, with the Sun at the center. The cross-section becomes an imaginary sphere. Assume a constant total electron drift moving from all directions toward the Sun, and a constant total radial flow of positive ions outward. Imagine a spherical surface of large radius through which this total current passes. As we approach the Sun from deep space, this spherical surface has an ever-decreasing area. Therefore, for a fixed total current, the current density, A over m squared, increases as we move inward toward the Sun. The anode surface of the Sun is a tiny fraction of the area of the virtual cathode, the area of the heliopause. According to the latest measurements, the surface area of the heliopause is 653 million times larger than the surface area of the Sun. Thus, current density at the Sun's surface will be 653 million times what it is at the heliopause cathode. In deep space, say just inside the heliopause, the current density there is extremely low, even though the current may be huge. We are in the dark current region. There are no glowing gases. Nothing to tell us we are in a plasma discharge, except possibly some radio frequency emissions. As we get closer to the Sun, the spherical boundary has a smaller, decreasing surface area. The current density increases. We enter the normal glow region. This is what we call the Sun's outer corona. The intensity of the radiated light is much like a neon sign. The volt-ampere plot has negative slope, and so filaments form. Filaments are often clearly observed in the outer corona. Those filaments may indeed be Berkeley currents. As we approach still closer to the Sun, the spherical boundary gets to be only slightly larger of the radiated light. It is much like an arc welding machine or a motion picture projector. A high-intensity ultraviolet light is emitted. It is well known that if the anode in a discharge is much smaller than the cathode, and the photosphere exists on the Sun, the boundary between the corona, glow mode, plasma, and the photosphere, arc mode, is a double layer, DL. This phenomenon is often observed in laboratory plasma experiments. Some early plasma researchers and most modern astronomers believe that the only true plasma is one that is perfectly conductive and so will freeze magnetic fields into itself. This is the erroneous theoretical basis of magnetic reconnection. The volt-ampere plot shown above indicates that this does not happen. Every point on the plot, except the origin, obviously the static resistivity of a plasma in the high zero static resistivity, it has a non-zero static resistivity. It takes a non-zero E field to produce the current density. Obviously, the static resistivity of a plasma in the high end of the dark mode can be quite large. The arc region and the left half of the glow region exhibit negative dynamic resistance, and the E field can be quite small. But that is not what is in question. No real plasma can freeze in a magnetic field. The highest conductivity plasmas are those in the arc mode. But even in that mode, it takes a finite non-zero valued electric field to produce current density. No plasma is an ideal superconductor. Figure 1 energy, electric field strength, and charge density as a function of radial distance from the Sun's surface. The energy plot shown above in the photo is valid for positively charged particles because a positive E field represents an outward radial force toward the right per unit charge on any such particle. The region wherein the E field is negative A to B constitutes an inward force. This region of the lower photosphere is thus an energy barrier the positive ions must surmount in order to escape the body of the Sun. Any ions attempting to escape outward from within the Sun must have enough energy to get over this energy barrier. So the presence of this single positive charge layer at the bottom of the photospheric plasma serves as a constraint on unlimited escape of ions on the surface of the Sun. Granule shrinkage and movement. In order to visualize the effect this energy diagram has on electron, negative charges coming in toward the Sun from cosmic space from the right, we can turn the energy plot upside down. Doing this enables us to visualize the trap that these photospheric granules are for incoming electrons. As the trap fills, the energy of the granule existing between B and C decreases in height, and so the granule weakens, shrinks, and eventually disappears. This is the cause of the observed shrinkage and disappearance of the photospheric granule. Temperature minimum. If the standard model were correct, heat and light would simply radiate away from the photosphere as from a hot stove. Temperature measurements would monotonically decrease with distance. But many processes, other than simple radiation of heat, are occurring above the photosphere. A temperature minimum of about 4100 Kelvin occurs just above the photosphere, the lower region of the Sun's corona. At much higher altitude are millions of degrees hotter than the surface of the Sun itself. How can this be? The standard model has no satisfactory explanation. The electric sun hypothesis explains it clearly as follows. Charged particles do not experience external electrostatic forces when they are in the range B to C within the photosphere. Only random thermal movement occurs due to diffusion. Temperature is simply the measurement of the violence of such random movement. This is where the about 6,000 Kelvin photospheric temperature is measured. Positive ions have their maximum electrical potential energy when they are in this photospheric granule plasma. But their mechanical kinetic energy is relatively low. At a point just to the left of point C, any random movement toward the right, radially upward, that carries a positive ion, even slightly beyond point C, will result in its being swept away, down the energy hill, out of the Sun. Such movement of charged particles, due to an E field, is called a drift current. This drift current of accelerating positive ions is a constituent of the solar wind, which is a serious misnomer. As positive ions begin to accelerate down the potential energy drop from point C through point E, they convert the high electrical potential energy they had in the photosphere into kinetic energy. They gain extremely high outward radial velocity and lose side-to-side random motion. Thus, they become dethermalized. In this region, in the upper photosphere and the chromosphere, the movement of these ions becomes extremely organized, parallel. Therefore, an observed temperature minimum occurs here. The transition zone. Rapidly moving positive ions past point E, they leave the chromosphere. They move beyond the radial outward directed E-field force that has been accelerating them. Because of their high kinetic energy velocity, any collisions they have at this point with other ions or neutral atoms are violent and create high amplitude random motion, thereby rethermalizing the plasma to a much greater degree than it was in the photospheric granule.
20 minutes.
This is what is responsible for the high temperature we observe in the lower corona. Ions just to the right of point E are reported to be at temperatures of 1 to 2 million Kelvin. Nothing else but exactly this kind of mechanism could be expected from the electric sun photospheric double-layer model. The rethermalization takes place in a region analogous to the turbulent white water boiling at the bottom of a smooth laminar water slide. In the fusion model, no such accelerating water slide mechanism exists, and so neither does a simple explanation of the temperature discontinuity. Cosmic rays. The particles in our solar wind eventually join with the spent solar winds of all the other stars in our galaxy to make up the total cosmic ray flux in our arm of the galaxy. Jurgens points out that the sun is a rather mediocre star as far as radiating energy goes. If it is electrically powered, perhaps its mediocrity is attributed to a relatively unimpressive driving potential. This would mean that hotter, more luminous stars should have driving potentials greater than that of the sun, and should consequently expel cosmic rays of greater energies than solar cosmic rays. A star with a driving potential of 20 billion volts would expel protons energetic enough to reach the sun's surface, consequently expel cosmic rays of greater energies than solar cosmic rays, arriving with 10 billion electron volts of energy to spare. Such cosmic ions, when they collide with Earth's upper atmosphere, release the muon neutrinos.
Muon neutrinos.
That have been in the news recently. Hans Alfvén, in his book The New Astronomy, Chapter 2, Section 3, page 74 to 79, said about cosmic rays, how these particles are driven to their fantastic energies, sometimes as high as 1,000,000 billion electron volts, is one of the prime puzzles of astronomy. No known, or even unknown, nuclear reaction could account for the firing of particles of such energies. Even the complete annihilation of a proton would not yield more than 1 billion electron volts. Fluctuations in the solar wind. It is interesting to note in passing that the 3 plots presented in Figure 1 are identically the plots of energy E-field and charge distribution found in a junction transistor. Of course, in that solid-state device, there are different processes going on at different energy levels. Valence band and conduction band. Within a solid crystal, in the solar plasma, there are no fixed atomic centers, and so there is only one energy band. In a transistor, the amplitude of the collector current, analogous to the drift of positive ions in the solar wind toward the right, is easily controlled by raising and lowering the difference between the base and emitter voltages. Is the same mechanism a voltage fluctuation between the anode sun and its photosphere granules at work in the sun? E.g., if the sun's voltage were to decrease slightly, say because of an excessive flow of outgoing positive ions, negative, the voltage rise from point A to point B in the energy diagram would increase in height and so reduce the solar wind, both the inward electron flow and the outward positive ion flow, in a compensating negative feedback effect. In May of 1999, the solar wind completely cut off for about 2 days. There are also periodic variations in the solar wind. The transistor-like mechanism described above is certainly capable of causing these phenomena. The fusion model is at a complete loss to explain them, whereas transistor cutoff is well-known electronic mechanism that is used in all digital circuits. Characteristic modes of plasma. In the page on electric plasma on this website, the three characteristic static modes in which a plasma can operate are discussed. Here is a somewhat more exact description. We need this to explain the detailed properties we observe on the sun's surface. The static volt-ampere characteristic of a typical laboratory plasma discharge inside a cylindrical chamber has the shape shown below in the current picture. So the sun acts like a transistor. That's interesting. And crystals are in transistors. Fusion in the double layer. The Z-pinch effect of high-intensity parallel current filaments in an arc plasma is very strong. Whatever nuclear fusion is taking place on the sun is probably occurring here in the double layer, DL, at the top of the photosphere, not deep within the core. The result of this fusion process are the metals that give rise to absorption lines in the sun's spectrum. Traces of 68 of the 92 natural elements are found in the sun's atmosphere. Most of the radio frequency noise emitted by the sun emanates from this region. Radio noise is a well-known property of double layers. The electrical power available to be delivered to the plasma at any point is the product of the E field, V over M, times current density, A over M to the second. This multiplication operation yields watts per cubic meter, power density. The current density is relatively constant over the height of the photospheric chromospheric layers. However, the E field is at its strongest at the center of the double layer. Present thinking is that nuclear fusion takes a great deal of power. If that is so, then the power is available in the double layer. It has reportedly been observed the neutrino flux from the sun varies inversely with sunspot number. This is expected in the ES hypothesis because the source of those neutrinos is probably Z-pinch produced fusion, which is occurring in the double layer. And sunspots are locations where there is no double layer in which this process can occur. The greater the number of sunspots, the fewer the number of observed solar neutrinos. Sunspots. In the plasma of the photosphere, both the dimensions of and the voltage within the granules depend on the current density at that location near the sun's anode surface. The existence of the double layer of electric charge associated with each granule, separating it from the corona plasma above it, requires a certain numerical relationship between positive ion and electron numbers in the total current. This required ratio of electron to ion motion was discovered, quantified, and reported by Irving Langmuir over 50 years ago. Spicules, tall jets of electrons that emanate from the boundaries between the granules, supply many of those needed electrons. In this electric sun model, as with any plasma discharge, the granular cells disappear wherever the flux of incoming electrons impinging into a given area of the sun's anode surface is not sufficiently strong to require the augmentation of anode size they provide. At any such location, the photospheric cells collapse, as we can see down the actual anode surface of the sun. Since there is no arc mode plasma discharge occurring in these locations, they appear darker than the surrounding area and are termed sunspot umbrae. Of course, if a tremendous amount of energy were actually being produced in the sun's interior, these umbrae should be brighter and hotter than the surrounding photosphere. The fact that sunspot umbrae are dark and relatively cool, 3 to 4,000 Kelvin or 2727 to 4227 Celsius, strongly supports the condition that very little, if anything, in the way of heat production is going on in the Sun's interior. The Sun, Part 3. Figure 3, a sunspot showing the umbra, penumbra, and surrounding granular cells. The top plot in Figure 1 shows the electrical potential energy of a positive ion in the Sun's atmosphere. This diagram is expanded and reproduced below in Figure 4 and is relabeled to show the energies, voltage levels, at different locations in the vicinity of a sunspot. In Figure 3, normal bright yellow arc mode solar granules appear around the periphery of a typical sunspot. They are at voltage level 1/2 in Figure 4. Typically, in these normal granules, positive ions flow upward, directly out toward the viewer in Figure 3. In Figure 4, such ions have enough energy to make the journey from the interior of the Sun, left of the origin, marked as A on the horizontal axis, up over the voltage rise from A to B. They diffuse across the region B to C and fall down the potential hill from C to E. At this point, these rapidly moving ions create the turbulence observed as the high 2 million Kelvin temperatures seen in the lower corona. In Figure 3, this journey takes such an ion up out of the Sun's interior, up through a granule, and accelerates it out vertically upward. These ions then continue outward as the major constituent of what is called the solar wind. We must be aware of what Figure 4 represents. The black locus indicates a voltage A positive ion would experience along its journey upward out of the Sun's body through the photospheric granule and upward into the lower corona. Penumbral filaments. But what about the penumbra, those strangely shaped plasma filament cells surrounding the umbra that remind us of the iris of a human eye? Starting just inside the Sun's body, some ions have barely enough kinetic energy to leave the body of the Sun by rising up to voltage level V2 or greater. In the altitude range B to C in Figure 4, where they are diffusing upward, some of these ions may collide with other ions, or neutral atoms, and some of them may be given a diffusion velocity that bounces them back downward toward the left in Figure 4. If they diffuse in the direction beyond point B, they will be attracted back down into the Sun. In 3D space, they may just sink out the bottom of the granule, or fall off its side into the darker channels that surround each granule. Or, if they are close enough to the edge of a sunspot, they may fall into it. That is what we are seeing in the penumbral filaments shown in Figures 3 and 5. The process is analogous to icebergs calving off from glaciers to which they have been attached. The tops of the granules near the umbra's edge peel off, bend downward toward the umbra, and fall toward the lower voltage and lower altitude surface of the Sun, visible in the umbra. Yeah, it's interesting. The interior of the Sun is obviously rocky. Prominences, flares, and CMEs. All of the above discussion applies to the steady state, or almost steady state, operation of the electric Sun. There are several dynamic phenomena such as flares, prominences, and coronal mass ejections, CMEs, that we observe. How are they produced? Nobel laureate Hans Alfvén, although not aware of the Jurgen's electric Sun model, advanced his own theory of how prominences and solar flares are formed electrically. It is completely consistent with the Jurgen's model. Any electric current, I, creates a magnetic field. The stronger the current, the stronger the magnetic field, and the more energy it contains. Curved magnetic fields cannot exist without either electrical currents or time-varying electric fields. Energy, Wm, stored in any magnetic field is given by the expression Wm equals
1/2 Li squared.
1/2 Li squared. If the current I is interpreted, the field collapses and its energy must be delivered somewhere. The magnetic field of the Sun sometimes, and in some places on its surface, forms an omega-shaped loop. This loop extends out through the double sheath layer, DL, of the chromosphere. I need a drink of water. One of the primary properties of Birkeland currents is that they generally follow magnetic field lines. A strong looping current will produce a secondary toroidal magnetic field that will surround and try to expand the loop. If the current following the loop becomes too strong, the double layer will be destroyed. This interrupts the current, like opening the switch in an inductive circuit, and the energy stored in the primary magnetic field is explosively released into space. It should be well understood, certainly by anyone who has had a basic physics course, that the magnetic field lines that are drawn to describe a magnetic field have no beginning nor end. They are closed paths. In fact, one of Maxwell's famous equation is
DIVB equals 0.
DIVB equals 0, which says exactly that in the language of vector differential calculus. So when magnetic fields collapse due to the interruption of the currents, they produce them. They do not break or merge or recombine, as some uninformed astronomers have postulated. The field simply collapses very quickly on the Sun. This collapse can release a tremendous amount of energy, and matter is thrown away from the surface. As with any explosively rapid reaction, this release is consistent with and predicted by the electric sun model as described above. That is how coronal mass ejections, CMEs, occur. Note that although astronomers ought to be aware that magnetic fields require electrical currents, or time-varying E-fields, to produce them, currents and E-fields are almost never mentioned in standard models. Conclusion. This rather lengthy page has actually been the briefest of introductions to Jurgen's electric sun model. The realization that our sun functions electrically, that it is a huge electrically charged, relatively quiescent sphere of ionized gas that supports an electric plasma arc discharge on its surface, and is probably powered by subtle currents that move throughout the now well-known tenuous plasma that fills our galaxy. A more detailed description of the ES hypothesis, as well as the deficiencies of the standard solar fusion model, are presented in The Electric Sky. Today's orthodox thermonuclear model fails to explain many observed solar phenomena. The electric sun model is inherently predictive of most, if not all, these observed phenomena. It is relatively simple, it is self-consistent, and it does not require the existence of mysterious entities such as the unseen solar dynamo genie that lurks somewhere beneath the surface of the fusion model and serves as a fallback explanation for all observations that are inconvenient for the accepted fusion model. Ralph Jurgens had the genius to develop the electric sun model back in the 1970s. He based it on the work of others who went before him. His hypothesis and modern extensions of it have so far passed the harsh test of observed reality. They have passed several tests to which the Sapphire Laboratory team have subjected it. This seminal work may eventually get the recognition it deserves, or, of course, others may try to claim it or parts of it and hope the world forgets who came up with these ideas first. There is now enough inescapable evidence that a majority of the phenomena we observe on the sun are fundamentally electric in nature. Ralph Jurgens had the vision to recognize that. Don Scott. Yo, I'm in the Great Hall. Well, it would work if I turned the mic on. I'm in the Great Hall. I have to, this one is the Cosmological quest. We've seen it. So, go with the electric nature of the universe. And I got one with Ramon here. Extended plasma electromagnetics. Chat we had a while back. Plasma universe right here. I don't know. It might be something else. Shockwave for Andy. You want to jump in the hall, or if you don't feel like chatting tonight, I can just keep going. I just wanted to chat a little bit. I'll just chat with the chatters. How was that? Hey, folks. Hey, what do you guys think of them drones? Did you see that one that was stuck in a tree? Thing looked like a biological system. That's really weird, man. Yeah.
Technology is gone wild, but do Raymond's talk first.
Do Ramon? Okay, yeah.
He's waiting.
Oh, is he? He's out there? Hello, Ramon.
Yeah,
Good to see you, brother.
He's there, yeah.
All right, yeah. I've been meaning to play some of his stuff. It's just so good. All right, I'll do that. We'll go with Ramon. This is Ramon, plasma versus electric versus standard model. Is that Ramon? You said it is. Okay, let's get it. Let's get into it.
And we're live. Welcome to the Photospheric Show.
We're here with our good friend, Shifu Ramon.
Yeah,
Hello, Ramon.
SRC is
Hello, how are
Ramon
you?
in
I'm
the
doing well.
live chat,
You?
Greg.
What's that?
Oh, I can't complain.
SRC
I've got a
is Ramon in
beer
the
over
live
here. I think
chat.
it's
Okay.
a Stella Artois, and
All right.
I'm just working on function
We'll just
block
listen to this for a
diagrams
bit.
and
I'll
chat
be
with you and
back.
Andy. What's up?
So I hear you got an issue with Mr. Ben Davison, whom I don't know very well, but what's going on with that? It sounds juicy.
Oh, well, that's a multi-year thing. You know, I actually paid for Deeper Look for a long time. Actually, followed Ben's work, and I've generally been supportive of his views on client science and a lot of the electroquaking, that kind of thing. And in the early times, I tried to help him improve the experiment. I told him that it was going to run into trouble, and then after a while, it statistically started heading to 50%, and that was because he had changed the experiment parameters. And so I tried to warn him about that, and he shut down the experiment. And then I tried to give him some hints for the disaster prediction app. After using it, I said, well, you'll get improved results in your experiment if you do the X, Y, Z,
I don't know why it's dark.
And we just, I maybe it's just a clash of egos or whatever. And then one day he was trashing. He had been sick for a little bit. He gets what in their medicine is called liver colds.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just in one of his moods that he gets in, and he was trashing his own audience. And I said, hey, man, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? And then he was telling me how dumb they were and all this stuff. And I said, yeah, but that's not the way to go about it. And then he started going after me. And I just said, LOL, hey, Ben, how's your energy? And then he muted me, and he's never liked me since.
I got two more if this don't work.
I still would follow along and keep track. I tried to tell him, hey, we found you can keep talking about Dr. Peratt's work, but we've found a Perattian thunderbolt now, so you can actually just announce that. And then, he's had falling out since then. I watched him embarrass himself at the EU conference by trying to twist Dave's arm into giving him the business there. And, I kept paying a deeper look and keeping an eye on things. I didn't really particularly like what he did to the Thunderbolts, the former, friends that he had there, and the way he trashed them in secret. And we got that whole thing recorded. That was a couple of years ago. So, I'm just following, and I still support the science, but lately I've had a growing problem with the amount of fear mongering going on. And then the irony is, then La Palma happens. And he doesn't understand the real threat about La Palma has nothing. It's not like Yellowstone, so it's not about whether it's blowing off steam or not. It has to do with the superheating of groundwater and the pressure the groundwater puts on the land, on the already present landslide. And so the La Palma can, just as long as it's active, it is a threat because the groundwater can continue to collect inside and expand. But most of the time he is throwing out this micronova nonsense.
Uncharted sometimes.
And, I've tried to explain to him that magnetic reconnection isn't a real thing. Frozen in fields aren't a real thing. I don't know that there's any explaining to him the micronova isn't a real thing. So I just went ahead and put out a response letter. I calculated if the current sheet theory was correct, I calculated some dates. So, if I will put it out there. If he ends up being proven correct, then I'll retract. I'll put out a retraction letter that he was correct. And if I end up being right, then I hope that he'll finally drop this micronova nonsense, because my research is not showing that there was ever a micronova. My research is showing there was a previous star, and that previous star went through an electrical stressing event, and then that electrical stressing event caused the birth of our solar system, the creation of the gods, the entire golden era of the gods, the three-body problem, which then was solved with the Lagrange solution. Mm-hmm. And these cycles that came, they were cycles, but they weren't exactly 12,000 years or exactly 6,000 years. All magnetic excursions are thunderbolt events or, other like electrocomet events. That it's not like the Thunderbolts project people are wrong. They just, they did the work prior to the internet, and they've made really great predictions. And now there's more to it. I mean, this entire dichotomy of plasma versus electricity is a false dichotomy. And I think it's honestly political and economic, but that's my feeling. I also didn't appreciate him taking the initiative to say that he and his group is representing the plasma cosmology group as a whole, and then going after, mainstream scientists, specific people at NASA, and essentially driving his fan base that he feeds this kind of fear to every day,
you're right about that. I agree.
That's not going to build our reputation as the alt stream with the mainstream and help them to understand, because I can show you a video right now. There are billions of dollars going into fusion plasma research, and these are really expensive facilities. We don't need to pretend that we're on the outside anymore. We are the new mainstream. It's just that there's still, of course, plenty of Big Bang and black hole people around, and it's going to continue to be that way, even as they take the words, right? They have charged dark matter and new forms of pseudoscientific stuff. And by the way, he wasn't the only person I responded to that day. I responded also to Smithsonian. I responded to New Dark Energy. So there's plenty of things to respond to from within our cosmology. But plasma electromagnetic cosmology, we work with the mainstream and not against it. I understand his frustrations. I understand his tendency to want to improve their listening skills about solar forcing and the electroquaking, but they're coming along fine as far as I can see, because they're publishing research continually. Do they occasionally put out letters that uphold the mainstream while also kind of sniping us in the alt stream? Yeah, that's going to happen because people are saving their careers. But I don't think it's cause to go out and send your followers to complain to NASA. There is a function for that because it's a government organization, but picking specific names to go after, I don't think that really benefits anything. So I just went ahead and put my grievances into my response letter, and released how. I mean, here you can see from the Columbia rock art that came out that it looks like to me like Walt Thornhill's correct. Is it exactly how the Thunderbolts people were saying for the longest time? No, not exactly, but you still see proto-Saturn, you still see anode tufting, and you still see Jupiter in the bifurcation of the cosmic egg, which was Shamash. And then I went ahead and calculated some dates here. So, assuming that Neptune flared on or around August 15th, and that Uranus flared March 30th, as according to his videos, and using the distances in AUs here, then I calculated relative velocities. And for it to then get from there to Jupiter, there would have to be a 19.7% increase in speed. Or if you just use the new reports out about the red spot increasing in speed. So if we're moving through a new current sheet, and then it's going to lead to a micronova event, then we'll see that event, and it'll happen in these kinds of predicted dates or thereabouts. But I don't think that that's what we're going to see, and I'm going out on a limb saying that. Regardless, I think the behaviors of representing the community when interacting with the mainstream community is really important. Granted, we all get frustrated with people like Professor Dave, who I don't even know if he's an actual professor or if he's just snarky. Such individuals can be rather difficult to deal with, and I could understand that kind of frustration. But if we're going to represent in a collegial and intellectual context, then probably we should treat that better. And also, I would like to see him treat his own customers better. I mean, in the paper, I detail, I'm not going to put it up there right this moment, but I detail a very specific interaction that I saw. Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing these kinds of things happen, and I don't like to see it. And I don't think it represents the Diehold Foundation and Vogt's work either. I mean, I don't agree with Vogt's analysis of the micronova. But we can debate it like women, and we can talk about it, and we can put some data to it and see which one comes out correct. But in the history of science, it's usually not a good idea to use a priori knowledge to make that kind of prediction. When we make a scientific prediction, it should fall within a hypothetical prediction and not like I know what's going to happen, because there is some proof, and I acknowledge that he's right about there's an acceleration of degradation of the magnetosphere, et cetera. Mm. The La Palma is going off. Is that the current sheet changing? I would argue that it's a better argument for what I talk about in plasma electromagnetic sky, which is the analog circuit, which I call the electrothermal vine. And in an analog circuit, everything can change all at the same time. You don't have to be suddenly going through a current sheet. And I just don't think it knows anything about circuit theory, to be honest with you. And so in an analog circuit, when you change one element value in an analog circuit, all of the elements are going to be affected by it. Mm. And I think that's what we're seeing with Jupiter interacting at the same time as La Palma going off. I don't think that we've suddenly passed through this new current sheet. If we have, and his flare predictions are correct, then we'll see something here really soon, October 15th. Then we should see some kind of major flare off of Saturn, and then in January we should see an actual real flare from Jupiter. Mm-hmm. If you follow the relative velocity that there was a change from Neptune to Uranus. I think it's okay to make a prediction like that, like he went out. I don't think it's okay to necessarily go around stoking a whole.
Hello?
And I prep just the same as probably most people, mm-hmm. But I don't think that it's something that should be used as like science to promote this kind of level of fear and saying I can predict the future. I can't predict the future. I don't know how the sun and the solar system electric circuit is going to change. I know that it's changing, but that's about all the data that I have.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, speaking as a layman, It gets unnerving for me every time I watch a video that the sky is falling. That bothered me. And there was another thing. I made a video, or no, he made a video that I watched and I responded to with a question. And the question was, why do you not subscribe to Saturn Theory anymore? And instead of answering me, which would have been the reasonable thing to do, he made me invisible. And it unnerved me. I'm like, why would he do that?
I don't think that he's actually, for a lawyer, I don't think he likes debate. I think that he likes compliance. And I encountered that in the martial arts world. Some people think that loyalty means obedience. And, like I say, all I did was ask him how his energy was, and then he muted me, and then he just, every time I try to remind him that we have things that show Perret is correct, he makes it about him and, all this, and then he takes it personal, and I just think it's inappropriate for somebody who claims to be the tip of the spear.
I can be so dumb sometimes. There's this thing, it's called a mute button. I had to learn about it. Please excuse the hammering. It's driving me nuts. If it keeps up, I'm going to go to a different video.
Here, the representative, and I take umbrage to the idea that he is the best representative of the alt stream right now. I don't even think he's in the top 5. He might have a large number of people, but I wouldn't even top 5.
Too much doom and gloom.
Well, yeah, and also, when you fly through science papers and you don't really step through them, I think that there's a certain value to that work. A lot of what I built in the very first gateway, and what people are looking at here, well, not here, but in the other window, this is the new gateway that's being built because the classic Google sites is going away. So the original gateway is going to be gone.
above or below the galactic plane. That is an electrical feature. I agree. But can electricity slow down time? Can it make mass bigger, change mass?
Here's the conundrum. On the first of all, if we talk about mass is probably for a fact, mass is definitely charge. If you go down to all the fundamental particles, and you can look this up, they're all measured in electron volts. They don't have masses of kilograms. All kilograms are ultimately electron volts. So everything is charge level. But as for the fluctuations of time, how are you measuring time? Everything that is measured is always measured using devices that are run on electricity, or they're related through atomic clocks. And atomic clocks are what? They're measured with electrons. So you can't escape that all of it's being affected by The main
crystal
key here
growth,
is
radioactive decay. Radioactive decay. We have very, very specific half-life times, don't we, for all the elements, and these are known to fluctuate at specific times, and this is what the Schnell effect is. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see it. I don't see how it is at all disconnected from the rest of the plasma electromagnetic force. You have to bear in mind that the plasma electromagnetic force has been chopped up into so many different discoveries, specific studies. It's no different than the issue of myth. Myth has been divided first by culture, then by time. I mean, you have people studying Native American history, and they don't even touch each other because one is studying archaic Indians, and another one is studying Hopi, and another one is studying Creek. And they don't see how anything is connected in the same way.
It's got to be multidisciplinary. Things have to be multidisciplinary. You can't, like you say, you can't look through a microscope at one chemical.
But the downside to that is that they don't see how one thing is connected to another thing merely by a change in scale. So the Schnell effect is just another example of one of the idiosyncrasies of the plasma electromagnetic force. And we know that the plasma electromagnetic force is so far the only reasonable ether that can be found, because it doesn't need anything to propagate itself.
This is the problem, because of course the ether idea was smashed after the Michelson-Morley experiments,
sort of.
This is what allowed Lorentz
in
and
reality,
Einstein.
They've still never escaped it. There are at least 3 different ethers that are in the mainstream. I would argue there's probably 6, but the number 1 ether that's out there is space-time. Number 2 would be quantum foam. Then you have the brain theory and strings, but they're all ethers that are relying upon their particular form. The space-time general relativity one is a mathematical ether, and the basis of it is not on solid ground. In the end, they want to divide by 0, and a single mass does not describe anything in the universe. It's a purely theoretical ether, and we don't need a purely theoretical ether because we have a reality, which is plasma and space dust, and we have charge everywhere and baryon everywhere, so we don't need space-time. Space-time is as soon as they ever go back and redo general relativity and do the tensor equations starting from the position of electromagnetism, they're going to solve the K issue, and they're going to fix general relativity, and it'll make even better predictions than it currently does. But there's nothing remarkable. I don't really want to honestly spend my night talking about space-time, because it is a blatant monster. It is a hybrid monster. It's no different than the wave-particle duality, and it doesn't take much time to debunk wave-particle duality or that light is a particle. All these things are honestly kind of unfun to talk about anymore. If I had to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson, it wouldn't take me very long, and I would just make him look like a fool, and then I'd move on, because it's a boring subject. They want to pretend that it's a lively, rich subject of cosmology, but it's just not. It's dead, and it leads to nothing. It leads to nothing interesting. It leads to nothing profound. But what you're talking about, the Schnell effect, is profound, because
it is profound. Because it links astrology. It links something that people knew about thousands of years ago to something that science is only discovering now. That's why I like it, Ramon.
Astrology is not hard to link at all. Astrology is one of the easiest of the ancient subjects to link to anything modern. But what is profound about what you're describing is the rippling of things that are interconnected. But it's only one more example. I mean, I don't, obviously anybody can be interested in, I could, for example, I could get interested in superconductivity, and I could spend all my time in this particular area of the plasma electromagnetic force, talking about superconductivity, or I could pick Bose-Einstein condensates, or I could pick crystal plasmas, or I could pick cavitation. You can pick any one of these things. All of them are profound and amazing. All of them describe something intensely interesting about the plasma electromagnetic force. However, you can never get a whole picture of the entire thing from one small effect. That would be like picking the van der Waals force.
Of course. Of course, Ramon. I'm not saying I believe in it all. I'm saying it's an effect that has to be taken into consideration.
Sure,
in understanding. Yeah.
Okay,
and I find it interesting.
But the thing is that if a person goes into studying a particular effect, let's say take Byfield Brown again, and then they make it everything about that, and you find people in the alt stream who get so heavy into it, and then they're into electrokinetic drives. And next thing you know, that they're chasing the conspiracy theories. They're chasing whether or not the government has achieved electrokinetic flight, and are there triangular spaceships, and all these things are I guess worthy of time. But here's the issue: what's the productivity yield? So when we talk about the greatest benefits, and this is where I like to get into talking about the MIMS, when we look at the history of the plasma electromagnetic cosmology, it is a history of setting mankind free of shackles and connecting him to something that is deeper profound. And this deep profundity is not an isolation. The force is not in isolation, and the ether is not in isolation, and the numbers are not in isolation, and the principles are not in isolation.
That's what knowledge does. That's what knowledge does. It all adds up. It all adds up. It all adds up to break down entropy in the universe.
That connectivity should lead to enhancement. It should lead to value addition. It should lead to enlightenment. It should lead to revolution of society,
technology,
in terms of technology, of nations, of people's behaviors, and where we sever from that cosmology appears to be where we lose track and start to lose the plot. And the more we've adhered to it, even when we did it badly, when people were ripping out hearts and stuff, at least they were making some kind of progress because they were still basing it on something that they really saw. Where we get into pure fantasies like dark matter and dark energies and anti-photons, or what do they call lightless photons, or photons you can't see, or something like this nonsense, negative mass, all of these ideas kill all the progress. And from what I can tell, whenever the alt stream gets engaged in that, it is easier for those with agenda to control the narrative.
Yep.
And that's my biggest worry. So it doesn't matter to me if it's like, secret alien, stuff, or hidden government projects, or because I know those exist. I know that there's secret government projects, and there probably is a kinetic drive. But and then you got flat earthers and things. All these things, they detract from us attaining alt stream critical mass. And if we don't attain alt stream critical mass, mankind is not going to survive. At least not in a. Let's put it this way: we won't be building Egyptian pyramid style electric generators, not for thousands of years. So it's either we figure it out in the next 100 to 200 years, or we don't for another few thousand years, and we live with huge amounts of poison and pollution in the environment. That's what's at stake.
I can tell everyone now. In 20 years, in 30 years, there's only going to be 5 of us on this program. It'll never become mainstream. What we talk about, what we do, it will never ever become mainstream. It's our path. It's our path to knowledge.
Maybe
it isn't a public thing.
that's what my work in the MEMS is about. And it started with, the discussion of the membranous interface between the material and spiritual. How does ambition and desire become actualized in the material realm? My contention is that the mechanisms for that have not been thoroughly explained, and that mostly our society runs on blind ambition. So, take Neil deGrasse Tyson or any standard model physicist. Mostly, they're behind that flag only for the one reason: their biology is driving them to a desire for fame and achievement, and they want to leave their name in history, both in the making of offspring and in their name achieving some kind of notoriety, like Stephen Hawking. And so that leads them to this ambition, and when they have that ambition and it's strong enough, the ether produces. Now, if they have a theory that even remotely approaches the truth, there will be production that is, to some degree, going to be useful to the standard model, and they will attain some notoriety. So take like black hole theory would be a good example. It approaches the truth. It's not the truth, but it approaches the truth. And they're able to create models that give them some kind of, good enough. Another one would be gravity waves, which were predicted by Poincaré before Einstein.
Yeah, before Lorentz.
And so all of these things, they approach some reality in the force and in the ether. Which is the force. The force is the ether. They are only separated by a degree of their manifestation. And so long as that happens, when there's an ambition driving them, they will achieve an outcome. And that outcome may propagate the standard model along that trajectory, but it won't be the most efficient means for achieving the great heights. And the great heights would be Thomas Edison, would be Nikola Tesla, would be Steinmetz, would be Marconi, and et cetera. The quantum guys, all the early quantum guys between 1880 and 1910, like de Broglie. Okay, those kinds of characters, they're achieving the great heights, and they're actualizing the things that they are seeing and the things that they are connecting with mentally through their electrical connections of their mind to the reality, and massive improvements are being made at that time. But because the force is so, I would say, giving, once we get into the realm of technology, you don't have to necessarily be producing
you don't have to know
fundamentals.
science.
Right.
No.
Right. You could be producing products of the science instead of science.
It's like clinical doctors. You don't have to know much about science to do the correct clinical treatment. You don't have to be an engineer or a scientist to be a clinician. Right. You've got to know what works. And all I'm trying to say is this plasma model that we've got really does need poking and shaking occasionally. Because it doesn't fit everything. It
only doesn't fit, but it only doesn't fit because A, everything's been divided up, and B, we haven't had enough time to approach even the asymptote of seeing it correctly, and C, it's quite possible that the force is, as soon as we approach that asymptote, that it will, as a fractal would, rotate, divide, and suddenly appear different than it always did before. And there's probably an entire branch of, the question is there some kind of spongy counter space that absorbs energy and matter out of our living universe so that it can be recycled. And it can, but how could we even detect it? How could we even study its anatomy?
No, this is what it's looking like to me, but that's physics. That is physics. And this is the model that we've got to look at. You know, we have to look at these possibilities. And that's physics. And I love it.
Made the statement that that the alt stream will never get primacy, and actually what we are seeing is the mainstream, because it's running out of railroad track, is just stealing the alt stream and then renaming portions of it for itself, which means
exactly
that
what it's doing.
Actually the alt stream will take over. It's already, I mean, the black hole, nobody I did hear Physics Girl the other day actually repeat the nonsense about a black hole, nothing escaping except, you know, light itself, or that nothing, not even light itself. Okay, but everybody knows the classical black holes have been debunked. Like no one's found a classical black hole. They found everything else, all sorts of materials coming out of these so-called black holes. So they are already recalculating and adding charge and electrical currents to these. They already have these they'll call them magnetic currents. Right, all that stuff. They come up with it in order to get around the fact that they're not seeing what they were told that they would see. And
exactly.
that is normal for science. The question from a MEMS perspective, though, is, and here's the key point about MEMS: can we pre-engineer futurization now? So the example I most like to use is when mankind wanted to fly, but we didn't have the principles down. We just didn't understand it. So we came up with the hot air balloon first. I mean, there was somebody was ambitious enough to come up with a means of flying before we could actually have powered flight. And my conjecture is that there is a so-called natural evolution of how this science will unfold for us, whether it's finally getting the real fusion and not the gravity-based fusion with pressure, but the actual plasma-based fusion and high electrical current, and then eventually the people at Sapphire, or the people who come after Sapphire, will figure out how it's working in the dark mode and why is it producing so much energy at only 7% power, etc. But we could wait for that natural evolution to happen, or we could figure out how this plasma electromagnetic force interacts with the ether and the power of numbers and the power of the principles and consciousness, and how these 5 things are interacting with each other, and then engineer methods to design new things and even find the gaps in our knowledge. And that's what interests me, is how does it happen? Now, some people have brute forced their way. Thomas Edison famously tried over 1,000 times to produce a working light bulb. Most people are not that patient. And so if we could figure out various forms of MEMS and why different MEMS work, the scientific method may be the most impressive MEMS ever created. I would say that the fractional reserve currency system or fiat currency system, however, that would be another one of the most impressive MEMS. The internet is a super impressive MEMS. That's obviously based directly on the force and the power of numbers. The fiat currency is based on the power of numbers, but we don't know, is it relying also on the ether? I mean, it seems to violate thermodynamics, so how is it continuously working? Or is it not continuously working? Are we about to find out?
Exactly. No.
I mean, we don't know.
We just don't know enough. Seems to violating the laws of thermodynamics, and therefore these laws have to change one way or another. There's something wrong with it.
Just need the context. And in matrix algebra, you always have the data inside the matrix, and then you have the parentheses next to it that can tell you the conditions in which it's true.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing, is that we've got an obsession in all of the sciences that everything, it's like Darwin. As soon as they learned that Darwin wasn't always correct, it was like earth-shattering for them. And I'm sitting there going, well, Darwin wasn't completely wrong, but of course he could never be completely correct, because his premise was based too much on a specific one idea, whereas it ignored cooperation. and the signs of creative processes, that there's a creative consciousness behind all of it, it should have been obvious to Darwin in the beginning. It was obvious to him when he was much older. By then, his work had already gone the rounds. But it's always about the conditions in which things are held true. And those parentheses are what people ignore when they pick up their flag and they run with it, whether they are relativity theorists or string theorists or flat earthers or whatever. They focus on what's in the brackets and they ignore what the parentheses say. And what the parentheses say is maybe more important than any other part. If we could master that, we could stop religious wars, because then all the religions could recognize, okay, so your religion has truth inside of your brackets, but here these parentheses are telling when your truth is where is your truth and where its limitations are.
That's it. That's if we can get a consensus. If the human race ever could get a consensus. Now, does a consensus matter? It doesn't seem to in the present day. You have the people running away with it, and it doesn't matter about consensus. But who is right at the end of the day? Is it the ones who hold the power, or is it the ones who hold the truth, or who are closer to the truth?
The neat thing about the MEMS philosophy, and remember, the MEMS philosophy is an outgrowth of EPMC study. So this is a philosophy system that is looking at how the material and spiritual are interfacing, and we digitize the spiritual into the psychological terms like ambition and desire and things like this, because that's based on the movement of neurons, et cetera. We can base it on some kind of fundamental science. It's unfortunate, but we have to materialize the spiritual. But when we interface these two, the spiritual and the material, we come to a plain truth, which is that the MEMS, whatever guides successful MEMS, it doesn't matter to the universe how, quote, moral or ethical or good or bad the MEMS is. Okay, so like cryptocurrency would be a good example. Cryptocurrency is an emergent property that came out of the collapse from the mortgage meltdown. Okay, now digital currencies had already existed, and privatized digital currencies already existed, but none of them were successful until cryptocurrency was engineered and visioneered out of that crisis. Now, is it good? Is it bad? There's arguments in all the directions, but what does matter is that it relies on the power of numbers and the power of the plasma electromagnetic force, and it's one of the next profound evolutions of how money works. And it doesn't matter if it's good or bad from the perspective of the universe. It's only up to us whether or not we...
Hey, I just lost him. Oh, okay. You're back.
Okay, it doesn't matter to the universe. It only matters to us whether or not a MEMS is so-called good or so-called bad. I mean, television would be another one. In the beginning, it seems to me that television was one of the most brilliant MEMS ever created. And it certainly runs off of the plasma electromagnetic force, and obviously there's some aspect of the ether being involved. But is it bad? I mean, the effect it's had on families, the effect it's had on children's psychology, the effect it's had on the ability to leverage propaganda. Very difficult to measure these things in such the near future, in the short term.
Yeah, there's TV, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about the MEMS, that because we haven't even spent time to understand what the MEMS are, we don't really know how to measure good or bad MEMS. We don't know what makes one succeed astronomically. What creates the conditions, for example, of viral ideas on the internet.
It seems like it's got its place in time and space. These ideas, they're effective.
You could say that
at the right time. But
if that were true, then you would assume that all potential things, such as Satan cults or moon worshiping cults or something, should have a serious heyday. But that doesn't appear to be true. And yet, look at how popular meme culture is. Meme culture is more successful than veganism. Meme culture is incredibly successful. It's so successful that there are tech companies trying to crush meme culture. They don't know how it works. And it's related to viralicity, and obviously viralicity is related to this issue of memes. People have ideas and they want to bring them into a material reality, and that's mediated through the force and through the ether. And we just don't know these preconditions. And so our only solution is everybody want everything all the time and try and invent it, and hopefully it comes true. And if we get our dreams and it all comes true, then we save the world. And that's the propaganda we feed to everyone. You know, invent a new app, invent a new game, invent a new movement, invent a new social media website. Just everybody do everything all at the same time, and let's see what happens and see if it's good. And that is not produced good results. It's produced toxicity and pollution everywhere all over the planet.
Yeah, I mean, ideas get started off, they get corrupted, people run with them for whatever reason. Like you said, the MIMS takes off on one idea and thinks it's great in the universe, like Beaverbrook Papers. It was a great thing when when you had a newspaper informing the population, and now our newspapers, well, not that we've got them, the last thing it does is inform anyone. And so, yeah, it's... we can't say if a path is good or bad, but a path, at least it's a path, and a path is always going to happen. Things are moved forward. We haven't got time to stand still and dissect things because they've moved away.
I wouldn't propose that we stand still. What I would propose is that we take stock and we go, okay, so we've been using the force for about 150 years. Reliably for about 120. And what have we managed to accomplish with it? And what has been successful? What hasn't been successful? And what has been successful, three-phase power and electric lighting and computing have been generally, I would say, very, very successful programs that have, with the exception of the amount of pollution created by so many smartphones and the need for lithium and gold and just the destruction and rape of the environment, generally speaking, it is a better thing for us to have computing power in our hands so that we can do the research, so we can compare the myths, so we can connect with each other. These things have been good, but not all of the results have been good. And is that related to this issue of the MIMS? In which direction is it connected? Can we design better designs? And this is one of the keystones, at least to the original TED conference, is that design and engineering needs to be designed and engineered itself, because otherwise you can get really bad results. I would give you a classic example. When they first created, I think everybody on listening to this call, almost everybody, there's always a contrarian, but I think almost everybody would agree that the national park system was a really good invention. However, a lot of people do not realize that the creation of the Yellowstone National Park led to an immediate collapse of the populations of animals at the Yellowstone National Park. And the reason is because the programs that they instituted, their form of conservation, violated how nature and how the Native Americans themselves maintained the wilderness there. And it's no different than what happened here in Kentucky. So the question is, was it that the engineering, the idea of the MIMS here in this case being a national park system, is that what was wrong, or is it just the conditions and the mechanics behind what they chose to do? And I would argue that it's what they chose to do because they acted in ignorance. Now you take another 100 years, you find out what's not working. Okay, these certain forest management techniques don't work. Killing off the wolves and the bears did not work. So how do we maintain the system according to how nature herself would do it? And if we do that, we figure out a whole host of new information that will enable us to do much better things. For example, right now, going to space, we basically just take a bunch of metal and then burn fuel and try and hurl that, hurl the metal up into space by burning fuel, which is, of course, limited in supply and leaves behind a whole bunch of pollutants. And then we also lose that material as we go off into space, and we haven't made hardly any major headway in the direction of terraforming or colonizing space. So are we doing something wrong? I would say that it's almost self-obvious that we have been doing something wrong. We're now at the point where there's so much space junk around the planet that it's
we can't get out.
Yeah, there's a name for the effect. I can't remember the name, but we're basically getting to the point where it's getting difficult to even get satellites into space, let alone if we're going to launch giant, spacecraft and travel around. It's obvious that we're doing something wrong, and yet we keep doing the same wrong thing. Why? Because instead of studying the MIMS and how we engineer and design things, that it's not just because we ignored nonlinear dynamics. It's because we're ignoring the entire interaction of the 5 or 6 powers, depending on if you want to put God in the center of that. But these 5 powers, how they interact with each other, are controlling the entire the laws of nature, and those subset laws of nature are our particular obsessions, whether they're religious or scientific obsessions. They're all based on these same 8 laws of nature, and those 8 laws of nature are interacting based on the 5 powers and how they're all one power looking as several different ones. And the Chinese noticed this because they saw it on Jupiter. They saw the 5 and the 8, and then they said, oh, the 5 and the 8 interact because of the 2 and the 3. And the 2 and the 3 come about because of the 0s and the 1. Yeah. And so we just have not stopped and understood all these things. And we've basically not developed very far in terms of maturation. And so what I'm doing with the MIMS is stepping right back to the Book of Changes and looking at the diagrams of yin and yang, how these things are interacting, the solid and the broken, and where that leads us to these new creations. So cryptocurrency being one, business being just generally a really good MIMS, the scientific method being maybe the most successful.
Taxation being one.
Huh?
Taxation being one, and big government. With Bill Gates' computer science setup, the networks, all these are MIMS, like you're saying, theory on their own, a good idea, but they can every one of them can be used for warfare, and that's what they're all used for before we do anything else with them.
Yes, and the conditions, what they will do to us and for us, are actually in the data as they're being created. So that would be another key point. So, for example, the iPhone. People would naturally say, well, who could have imagined that we would have big tech companies tracking all of this personal data to create, and that we have an encryption war, and this is going to touch into national security between, China and the rest of the world. Who could have predicted all this just from the creation of the smartphone? Well, yeah. I'm here to say that this is a rational universe, and that if we understood the preconditions of MIMS, when Steve Jobs and whoever else was involved with creating the idea of the smartphone got it from the science fiction writers from the Star Trek days, etc., they probably actually could have predicted huge amounts of what these MIMS would create, including the toll on the environment. And the key to this toll that people are not, if they're listening and are not understanding, is that the mining that it takes, the way that we get the gold now, is not like they don't find gold veins anymore. They scoop up massive cubic yards of dirt and then run them through chemical baths in order to get a few atoms of gold out of each cubic yard of dirt. Yeah. And then those atoms are then brought together And that's how they get enough gold to make the microchips for your phone. It's completely unsustainable because it involves destroying arable land.
Well, it's like the Bitcoin mining. You actually use more value in power than you are gaining in money. If you're mining at some point.
At least that one's based on the force. Whereas not all MEMS are based on the force. That's the unfortunate thing. The cryptocurrency, the one upside to it, apparently what gives it profundity is it's based on both the force and the power of numbers. And the power of numbers is not to be underestimated. Look at the power that mathematicians have had through mystical cults surrounding numerology. And it has been an incredible power that has guided everything. The most powerful invention ever is the fractional reserve economic system. And so the outcome of the power of numbers being utilized almost without regulation or ethical, like there's a lot of ethical questions that go into biology and genetic manipulation, right? Of course, the labs do whatever they want. We see this with the COVID thing. They're just going to do whatever they want. They're going to CRISPR. They're going to create diseases. They're going to create the zombie viruses, whatever. But nobody stops the mathematicians and says, hey, maybe there's a ramification for you creating a cosmology based on dividing by zero. Nobody stops them.
Well, totally.
The unified ether field is the plasma electromagnetic force, in other words.
Well, yes. I mean, it's the only one that we've been able to find. We've postulated many things, but when you get down to the quantum foam, okay. But when you look at the subatomic particles, they're all measured in electron volts, and that's the best we can do. That's the closest resolution that we can get. And then when you look at the strings, okay, we can't even find those. But if we were to look for them, what's the only way that we know? We use electrons and go scanning this quantum foam. And in space-time, how do we measure? We use atomic clocks. And these atomic clocks are based on the motions of particles.
Yeah, they all tell a different time, depending how fast they go.
Well, it's all based on, so it all comes right back around to the issues of light, the issues of the electromagnetic force. Mm-hmm. And the plasma is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And I would assume it's in the spongy counter space too, except for maybe the anatomy is different, maybe it behaves differently. I'm not going to go so far as to say it's a dark matter that we can't interact with. I would say that the spongy counter space is all around us at all times, and it is interacting with the plasma. We just don't know how, because we don't know enough about plasma. That's what Sapphire is proving.
I have a big question.
This is exactly what I'm trying to say, Ramon. I mean, there are a lot of arguments for a plasma field. It's been a bit smashed up by Einstein's relativity, which there are very, very good arguments for, and all the quantum science. It's not a load of shit. I mean, there's some truth in all of it, but.
See, I think blood plasma and the plasma in space is probably the same damn thing. It's not different. You didn't name it wrong. You named it right. It probably is everything. If the universe is 99% plasma, then that means people are plasma, planets are plasma, and it's just varying thicknesses.
Well, it's all
Would that be accurate?
It's all varying forms of charge density. That's it. The more electrified, the more energetic, the more inertia and mass.
And they interact. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just saying the things. So it's not that the standard model.
Consciousness? Where does that come in?
Well, let's come back to the power of consciousness, okay? But I will say this. What I will say is that it's not that the standard model people are wrong, except that the way that they're getting there is not based in the MEMS that we have all agreed is the right MEMS. Okay, we've agreed the scientific method and empiricism work. That is not what they've done, and this is all in Donald Scott's book. In the introduction, he talks about the problems of. I don't have anything against mysticism. Okay, from what I can tell, the more ideas you have, the more good and bad ideas. And so
we get very good information from it. We get very, very good information.
Yes.
From
However,
before we had science, we were getting information.
However,
we got.
Well, even while we've had science, Tesla had mystical ideas. However, the issue is when that becomes primary to the method of actualizing the spiritual into the material. When we are studying the universe, which one takes primacy? The MEMS that we call the scientific method definitely works. We have plenty of evidence that the scientific method works.
It's communicable. The scientific method is communicable. The mystical method isn't. It's a personal thing.
It is very.
You can come to the same conclusions, but the scientific one is the one that's communicable, as far as I can see it.
Because of the objective nature of it. The issue with the deductive mathematical theoreticians is that their ideas are not necessarily wrong. It's just that they're not right either because it's pseudoscientific. For example, the black hole. There is a black hole, but it is not an object called a black hole. It is a literal hole that is caused because there's a torus. It would be like, if somebody came along with a donut and they tried to convince you that there's an object in the center of that donut, and you say, well, okay, there's a center of mass. But they want you to believe that there is an infinite mass at the center of that donut, and they tell you that mass is a non-physical radius.
All it is a barycenter.
It's all nonsense.
That reminds me of a very wise saying. It goes like this: it's don't look at the hole in the donut. Look at the donut as a whole. Casey Stengel. Is electricity made of plasma too, or is plasma electricity? There had to be a first element.
The problem of the consciousness is that you must. The only way to talk about this is to talk about the Fibonacci, and this is where it's going to get really deep. Okay, first of all, do you have the diagram for people pulled up from the new MEMS paper, from the MEMS 1.0 paper? The diagram.
What's the title?
So if you go to are you on the Academia page?
Yeah.
Okay. So the one that's called the Membranous Interface, the Material and Spiritual. Go to that.
I was reading your synopsis. Yeah, okay. I already read that. It was good.
Scroll down to the figure 2 and 3.
Well, I'm glad we're finally on a subject that you wrote about. How about that? It worked out. Everything is connected.
Where am I looking at? Greg, am I on your channel server here, pal?
Yeah, you got to look at the Skype.
All right.
Yeah, I shared the screen. How far do I scroll down on the paper?
It shouldn't be very far. I don't remember what page, but it's probably only like page 5 or 6. It's not very far in.
Okay, I'm looking. For a diagram?
Yeah, it's 2 diagrams.
Domain, kingdom. I'm on that little domains, kingdom, species, family, order. It's like.
So that's the first diagram. So there's the next 2 diagrams.
Okay, I got it, I think.
Okay.
Lord, force.
The one on the left is from the Chinese science called the Wuxing, which is the 5 phases. And this was when they saw the Birkeland currents at the south pole of Jupiter. Okay, we're going to skip the need to prove that there is a Lord, because every culture had a Lord. Okay, they had a Lord. We're just going to go with consciousness. Even though in the diagram on the right it says Lord, people can just think of it as consciousness, and it'll keep it simple. Okay, so that nobody has a religious freak out. But when the Chinese saw,
I'd agree with that, Ramon.
So when the Chinese saw the 5 giant, like hurricanes, like vortices on the south pole of Jupiter, and then they saw the 8 on the top, they realized that the Tao, or the force, is creating that there's order being seen with the God here, the Shangdi, the above God. Now, they decided to arbitrarily to make their 5 phases wood, water, earth, metal, and fire. Okay, but in reality, they had some kind of basis, something like what Aristotle did, in which they decided that these so-called phases or elements show up in reality. Now, in a modern context, we see things like in the wood phase, we see filamentation, and we see filamentation at root level, neuron level, galactic level. We see it like that. And then we see the fire phase seems to be like plasma. It seems to be a plasma phase. And the metal phase appears to be the electricity. And then, of course, we have water, which is like fluids and ether and, et cetera. We have earth, which is like crystals and matrix. So you could step through and you could use it in that context. What I've done on the right, though, is assigned 6 yang powers, undifferentiated powers, that conform to the Chinese word qian. Qian is a homophone for tian, which is heaven. And so we're talking about the ether, but also each of the 6 bars of qian are undifferentiated, and the above trigram of heaven over top of the below trigram of heaven means unending, unceasing, infinite time and power, continuous. And this is right out of the Book of Changes, which is one of the oldest books in the entire world. And so each one of those powers that you see is a yang power. It has nothing to do with male. I need people to understand when we say yang is a category above gender. Okay, male and female can be prescribed to yin and yang, but yin and yang themselves are above that. So when we talk about yang powers, we're talking about consciousness, the numbers, the principles, the ether, the force, and then of course, then if you constitute them all together, you have God. Okay, you have a definition of God that is now based in the plasma cosmology. It's based in something concrete. Right. Well, the old days they used the word Lord almost the entire world, and the divine right to rule came out of the Saturnian and Jovian rulership that was above us. But also the Lord in the Chinese cosmology refers to the mind itself. So the mind is the essential. The mind Lord is connected to the heart and is this form of consciousness that is sort of like your superego. It is the higher form of yourself. And this form of consciousness is now connected to everything. It's not just your ego, your individual self, Greg J. and Ramon over here, and that we all have our individual selves, but a greater supra-connective consciousness. And so the Chinese noticed this, and all the cultures appear to have noticed it on some degree. And they assigned it usually to some form of greater king or god in the sky. But from a psychologist's perspective, all that matters is that there is a portion of your consciousness which is then connected to something beyond. Okay, is everybody with me so far?
I think so.
Okay, now, so the problem with this is that right away we see the difficulty of the individual mind to study these different aspects without differentiating them, when we know, based on the diagram, they are undifferentiable. They are all yang, so they're all a solid line, which means that they are all one. So when we look at the Fibonacci sequence, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, when we go backwards from the 13 towards the 1, between the 2 and the 3, there is a break in consciousness, of which I call the 2 to the 3rd problem. And the 2 to the 3rd problem immediately creates the 8 laws. Now, the 8 laws are actually just one law, but we create 8 in order to study them all. And our obsession is usually with one or only even a portion of one. And sometimes the science will study one portion of that law and come to opposite or, let's say, difficult agreements with the religious study of that same law. So take causality. The Bible has... blushing.
Sorry, I had to go. No, I wasn't me.
So, causality, we have a biblical study of it.
Sorry, Bill.
Very, very short. We call it the law of sowing and reaping. In India, they had a much more in-depth study of it, and they called it karma.
He's a horse.
And then Newton had his way of saying it, and he talked about the forces acting equal and opposite of each other. And that, to some degree, until the quantum people came along and said there were 4 solutions to causality, we more or less we just had those ways of studying causality, and that is it. And they don't always agree with each other. And in fact, to some degree, the Buddhist concept of codependent origination it can be throw in the face of what Isaac Newton came up with. It's mostly the same, but there are some things about codependent origination which are you could say a little mystical. And so just even one law, we have a hard time. And that law, by the way, happens to be the heaven law. So 3 yang bars. So you have the trigram of heaven that the Chinese call heaven is actually the law of causality. And this is one of 8 laws. And all these 8 laws only look different from each other because the mind differentiates the 2 into the 3. It is not possible for the mind to unify perfectly the law of the polarity. And in fact, as soon as we try, we immediately see the force divides into plasma, electricity, and magnetism, and no one has been able to agree how to completely unify the 3. And that is why the physics falls apart, because we then set out and go chasing the rabbit down all the holes. For example, opposite to the law of polarity, the law of polarity is the fire trigram. Opposite to it is the water trigram, whose proper name is the abyss, which means danger, which is the law of relativity. And the difficulty of the law of relativity is that no one can see anything the same. And the 2 are in interaction with each other because they're poles. So the law of polarity immediately creates the relativity. And then on the vertical axis, we have the law of causality, as we discussed, but also when you have heaven, you have earth. So you have 3 yin lines. That's the law of vibration.
What's the yin?
And you cannot discuss energy in the universe without talking about vibration. And this is just 4 of the laws, but they are already, these 4, the north, south, the east, and west, are so impossible for the mind to wrap its head around that entire sciences and branches of religion have been created obsessed with those portions of the law. And it's all one law. Bear in mind, it's all one Tao.
Of course, Eric Dollard was talking about the quadrupolar, a quadrupolar electrical effect, not just a bipolar one, but a 4 poles.
And again, this is just the P power of the 5. And remember, the 5 came from the 2 plus the 3. So you had the 2 to the 3 problem, and you have the 2 plus the 3 problem. Both of them show that there is a problem of the mind in trying to get back to the unity. Even when we get back to the unity, so we get back to the 0, the 1, and the 1, we divide it up. We divide the 1 into 2 1s, and we divide the 1 and the 0. But really, from the perspective of the universe, they are all just 1. But we see it and we go, okay, 0 plus 1 is 1, and 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, and we divide it up. Do you understand the problem, Greg? Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, maybe these are a problem of human perception. Maybe this is the only way our brains can sort of conceive of these, perceive these concepts. Do we have to knock them down into atomic things so we can even sort of visualize them? Is that what the problem is? When we're trying to...
That is exactly what the Chinese came to, was that when Pangu observed the the separation of the waters. The waters separated from the waters, okay? And Pangu saw heaven and earth separate. He wanted to understand the toroid, but he could not understand the toroid. So he split it immediately into the yin and yang. This is the Pangu origin myth.
Yeah.
And the Chinese have said the one begat the two begat the three begat the 10,000 myriad things. They were describing the star breaking down, but when the star broke down, they immediately saw the principles, especially on Jupiter, but also on Saturn, but especially on Jupiter. They saw these numbers at immediate play.
Yeah.
It's very, very profound stuff, because it means that we are created. We are derived beings. We have 5 fingers on each hand for a reason, and we have 2 hands for a reason. And these things are not accidental. And the Chinese noticed this, and the Egyptians noticed it too. It's just that, you know, it got couched in terms of very difficult to understand mythology, and maybe that's the Egyptologist's fault. It's hard to know.
Well, it got so complicated that it only became the property of some cults, didn't it? So a priesthood. They were the only people who could understand the mathematics, really, to be able to even be able to comment on the thing.
Because the people who understood how the electric field was generating so they could create Crookes tubes, which of course they didn't call them Crookes tubes because there was no man named Crookes at that point, they understood. They were generating an electric field. They didn't call it an electric field. They probably called it Ka, which means energy. And then light came out of these Crookes tubes, and then they drew their diagrams of how it worked on the walls of Dendera, and left it for us. And what followed were people who just were superstitious and religious. And now, of course, there's a function. As a MIMS, religion had a specific function, a survival function, because of the cataclysms. But the downside is, again, because we've never spent the time to understand why these diagrams work and why they produce something real, we have created a society that, yes, is making progress. We're obviously making progress, but we're going about it in the most painful, stupid, and superstitious manner that we possibly could, considering we actually are working with the correct field. We found the ether. We just obsessively won't let ourselves find the ether. And so we keep looking. But we've already found it. You know, we're using it right now just to do this call.
Yes.
So electrified plasma has to be the creative force in the universe. But how did it all come about? That's the biggest question, isn't it? Well, it had to be created, which implies to me there's another universe the creator dwells in.
You could do it that way. But you would end up in the same loop, which is you would still end up in an infinity loop. And all you would still come up with is cosmic rearrangement, because even when your creator God is a literal creator instead of a progenitor of the flow of energy, when it's literally a guy who is literally designing something, then you obviously come to the point of, well, who created him? And you continue circulating back on that.
Yes.
And you don't need to. The 011 give you the knowledge that you need, which is that the Tao and the God are one. They are not separate. Yes, in primacy, the 0 comes first, and then the first one is the force, and then the second one is the God, who is observing the first 2. But that's only because when we look back, we have to see the 3. But from the perspective of the 1, they are the same. The God is the force and is creating himself. And this is what the oldest myths say, because they observed the star do it. They then surmised, then that means before the Shiva there was an Indra, and before the Indra, or before the Shiva there was a Brahma, before the Brahma there was an Indra, before the Indra there was a Vishnu. And then they go back and back and back and back. They understand the concept of recursion. And we use recursion in programming, but we don't understand it in our culture. We don't understand recursion. We don't understand nonlinear dynamics. And that is what those old mystical cultures could do. And they would use profound, ridiculous numbers that didn't make any sense. They would use drugs very often to escape their limitations.
If you don't understand recursion, drugs are a decent option. No, I can recommend that. Yeah, I do understand it, so it's not my excuse.
But the point is, we have the ability now to use these. Now we can just say, okay, we understand it's true, but we don't. When you look at the Wikipedia for like yin and yang, for example, which is just a description of the polarity. One law, not the king law, but the queen law, which all the other 8 laws are totally subject to. When you look at the polarity on the Wikipedia, they say it's basically a pseudoscience or like kind of a mystical idea. This is us taking a crap on smarter and wiser cultures. And now what happens? We become obsessive about whether or not there's a difference between male and female. And as we saw at the Olympics, there obviously is. There is a clear difference between male and female. We now have exact data in the form of a race. And why are we having trouble tripping over obviousness when we are using these things every day? All of our money is digital. Our phones are electrical. It is a form of delusion that I think is it's really I would say inexcusable and directly related to why we keep producing pollution and toxicity and war.
Okay, I don't know. I might be off topic here, but recursion seems to me that it's going on in the universe to the from the micro to the macro, and even probably beyond. Would that be?
Well, a
recursive
function is one whose output goes back into the function until the condition changes, and so a recursive function will take the output of that function, and that uses its next input. It goes into the same function again, and the output goes into the function again until a condition is met.
Yes.
Okay, you're right. Yeah.
As long as everything is constantly rearranging, and every time it rearranges, it induces a new magnetic field, a new electric field, which then induces a change in the material. You're going to have repetition of form.
What about?
So my son asked me the other day, why does lightning make the same shape as the rivulets of water going down my chest when I'm taking a shower? Well, because both are based on the motion, the flow of something. Well, no, specifically impedance. So there is something flowing. It's flowing, and it's trying to avoid impedance. And so the function here, we know, is that nature prefers not vacuums, it prefers homeostasis. And it will seek to minimize the energy of the system because nature is inherently efficient.
It wants to conserve energy,
Now, the funny thing about it, though, is when you look at the macro scale, nature wastes energy all the time. And why does it do that? Because the wasted energy fuels more life. It fuels
it's recycled
more different
somewhere else. It's recycled. It's not wasted particularly. It just goes somewhere else, doesn't it?
Yeah. If you notice the electricity, the way it looks like lightning, it's the shape of a tree. It's the shape of rivers. There's so many things that look like
blood system. Yeah. Vascular system.
Now I have to ask the big question though. What about a person's life? Do we recur? Do we recur?
Well, I would say that we have constant cosmic rearrangement in ourselves. You know, I was obsessed one time. I went and visited the Dow House in Colorado, and he bought the hotel after there had been this tremendous landslide, and so everywhere around the hotel grounds there was all this extra dirt. and me being since childhood obsessed with geological events, especially earthquakes, etc., I kept asking him about this landslide. And you know what he said? He said, just like you and me, sometimes the mountain has to shift its butt. Now, you and I do it because we have cells that have pressure gauges, and these pressure gauges are telling the brain, hey, if you stay like this, you're going to kill these cells, which will create rot, and then you'll be in trouble. So it tells you, after a while, the pain signal exceeds the reticular formation's limits and allows the pain signal to enter into the lower central nervous system, and then it creates an automated response. You don't even notice. You just kind of shift around just because that's what keeps you comfortable. You don't think about it. Okay, but the mountain does the same thing, is what the Taoist said. It's a very profound thing for him to say, because he's saying it offhandedly, but it's true. The universe is rearranging itself
into its least energetic state.
To its least energetic state, but in such a way that it liberates tons of energy for lots of different things. Some things of which we wish do not even exist, like ticks and mosquitoes, etc. Sure. But perform some kind of function. Parasitism performs some kind of function, and so it is part and parcel of the law of conservation. It's part of the data, and the way that the universe does this is constantly, when you look at fluvial flow of mountains, it looks not much different than fluvial flow of dirt, and you see it in food, and you see it in traffic patterns, etc. Why is it repeating in this way? You could, if you were a mathematician, you say, well, it's the fractals, it's the numbers, it's the golden ratio, you know. But it's what is it really? It is this yang single flow of all one truth. We are only seeing it as the 1, the 2, the 3, the 5, the 8, and the 13.
Yeah, and it's one thing, yeah.
But it's actually one thing the whole time.
So yeah, when you say that beings or people, their consciousness can recur, are you saying that's possible, that then there is life after death?
Well, I would say that the law of conservation dictates that there must be life after death. It would be unreasonable. It's like saying that the Earth or the sun are the only things that don't grow in the world. I mean, we know that they're born somehow, and
it's
they're going to die. It's a destruction
of information. If there's no conservation, and information can't be destroyed, and for me, there's
now,
a continuum.
The death will be a reconstitution and a rearrangement. And that's the point of the cosmic rearrangement hypothesis, is that it will not look the same, nor should it. Our obsession is that it should look the same. But now, doesn't it really make sense? If I die, do I really want to look like my current self forever? And do I want my children to look like children? And do I want my parents to look old? And how would they want to look? Of course, you know what I'm saying? Like this obsession is egocentrism. But the continuation of the self, well, that's almost certainly a guarantee. And the Chinese, you know exactly what they did. They just divided the self into 5 parts. They looked at the science and said, oh, there must be 5 parts. And then when they looked at the eternal or ethereal soul, they call it, they said, oh, there must be 3 of them. And then they just moved from there. And then they stopped having trouble because they just based it on the same cosmology that they saw coming off of the planet Jupiter as it connected to Saturn and ruled us.
Yeah.
So they did it the smart way. And then from there, yes, came all the stories of the God above, and and the anger and the thunder, and then from there, the creation of mankind. All that stuff did come, but all that stuff came after the basis in something real, which is the power of the numbers, the 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Definitely, it's because.
Are you following, Greg?
Yes, I'm actually looking for something, but I'm following. Yes, it's really wild because it gets me back to the same question. There had to be a something that originally had a beginning. I mean, what, I mean,
no.
they say
No.
if we
beginning
came
had
about, what is the creative force? What is the creative force?
But it's a never-ending
free will. Is that the free will force, the creative force? Is that something that has never occurred to you?
The word Qian, first of all, the character for it is a plasma script. So it is a plasma script based on the above God. Secondly, the diagram for Qian is 6 yang bars, 3, so heaven over heaven, unending power, unending power, unceasing power, power that repeats. And it's in the paper, by the way. If you just scroll down, the description of Qian is in there.
Oh yeah,
I haven't got it on here, Bill.
I'm gonna have
and
to read
so
this.
you can see the Chinese understood this very well right away, that it's recursive and unending, and that it's going to create a lot of difficulty for the human mind. But if you work with it instead of arguing against it, then you're going to end up with something. But if you create big bangs where there's a single moment, you defy all sense, and you end up with a dead cosmology that says that all the stars are going to burn out, and then they're going to be cool down for 100 trillion years, and then nothing will happen. Well, 100 trillion may sound like a lot to a human, but it's an arbitrarily small number among numbers. 100 trillion years is meaningless. It might as well be 100 trillion seconds or 100 trillion microseconds. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. In the concept of infinity, it doesn't mean anything. So to a Big Bang cosmologist, it sounds profound. 13 billion years ago, it exploded out of nowhere and expand. And it's going to do this for another, 100 trillion years. And then it's going to take another 100 trillion after that for it to all go totally cold. And it'll just sit there forever. This is arbitrary, dead nonsense.
Yeah,
it is.
There's no basis in rationality or in nature for it. It doesn't make sense at all.
I heard a pretty amazing analogy is if the universe was left up to random collisions in space, that it would be more than likely it would have to create a 747 from garbage.
Yeah.
But that's about what the odds are.
But we know that that's nonsense.
Well, it's the Boltzmann brain idea. You've got to. It's like if we for example are looking for life in out beyond Earth. Us as human beings can only do it from a human perspective. Yes. We can only look at life from our perspective, and that is. It was something to do with the chances of a random brain coming about in the universe.
Definitely.
But the funny thing is, whenever you talk about it, so you're picking a 747. This is an object that we know is engineered for a fact.
Right.
And here's another thing. Again, it's a machine of powered flight. Mm-hmm. We did not have powered flight before. We had to figure out the principles, which means the thing that enabled the powered flight to happen was already in the data. That means that the plane already existed. It pre-existed its own existence.
Yeah, well, we didn't teach birds how to fly, did we? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
It pre-existed its own existence, as in it's in the data, in the law of conservation. Mm-hmm. And that means, Greg, that there does not need to be a particular thinker, only that the whole system is thinking. Mm-hmm. And it's constantly rearranging and enabling the emerging processes. But anyone who claims that you can take random collisions of particles and create a 747 is obviously missing a central element and truth to the creative force itself, which is that it has consciousness is one of the 6 yang powers. And they're one yang power, but they appear as 6.
So consciousness came first.
Huh?
Consciousness created the universe. Then.
There is no first. No, there's no first. Again, see, this is the problem. This is what I was trying to tell you. When you go backwards from 13 to 8, from 8 to 5, from 5 to 3, and from 3 to 2, you are not capable of going from the 3 to the 1 without going through that 2. You separate things. You can't help it. And that is the circuitous proof of your mental aspect.
Dropped,
but it also means that you are going to have difficulty. You'll always want to create a genesis before the genesis. You'll always want.
Bloody 2 shouldn't be there.
Say it again.
Shouldn't be there.
Yeah,
you're right. Should not be there.
According to us,
nuisance.
It drives us crazy. And
it's like the more we can identify a moving particle. No, hang on, that's it. The more we can identify the speed of a particle, the less we can identify its location or something like that. Yeah. It's a paradox that Gödel's is an incompleteness theorem. It's one of those anyway. It's a paradoxical situation that the more you hoard into one thing, you lose track of its congruent being, I suppose.
Yeah, forest for the trees.
The more you try to focus on the D and try to understand his duh, the less you can understand the Tao. But the more you try to make something of the Tao, you come up with more Wu, which is the void. And when you try to come up with the Wu and the Tao together, you only get to understand those using the mind, which brings you back around to D again. And this repetition of 2s and 3s occurs on all levels, including the plasma electromagnetic force. This is how we got down this tangent. Because Greg wants it to be plasma or electricity or magnetism. And what I'm saying is that this force is one thing. It only looks like 3 different things. And even very smart people whom I love and respect, like Gareth, have a hard time with this. And so you get arguments, between electric universe people and plasma cosmology people and magnetic people who say everything is just magnetism, and they're all missing. They're all missing the central idea.
There's a dysfunction there, and it's just one thing.
That's right.
Yeah, once you get it, you see it.
I think that's wonderful.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
It is wonderful, but it does
they had
problem.
to come together. They didn't just meet.
Well, it leads to rivalries.
So a planet and stars are the derivative of that one thing, which is the PIMS.
Well, everything would be
electromagnetic force.
Yeah, but again, the force, if you focus on just the force, you miss the power of the numbers. You miss the power of the principles. You miss the power of the ether. You miss the power of consciousness or the Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. And all of those are part of the 5. What?
So you need the 5 of them working together.
That's right.
You don't have the 5 of them working together. At the end of it, it doesn't matter whether you believe in the plasma, the electric, or whatever. It just ain't going to work.
Yeah, it's more holistic. It's still a lot. It's holistic.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got to have the 5 pieces to get to the 8.
Well, like there's some really.
Would that be right, Ramon?
Like, what about the synchronicities in nature? Like, in certain areas, if there are certain afflictions in that area per se, there will be some kind of herb growing that would be a antidote to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and every wind heat season, you can tell it becomes wind heat season because the dandelions come out.
Yes.
And this is this renewal and the doctrine of signatures and herbalism, all of it. The Chinese noticed and were able to create medicines and scientists well advanced before the MIMS of the scientific method was actually finally reified. Right?
Yeah, they were fantastic clinicians. They knew this worked or that worked.
Right. And they didn't have.
They didn't have to know why.
Of the scientific method, what they did have was the empiricism.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, with them inventing, man-made chemical medicine, that gets away from that.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. It depends on if it's an emergent property or if it's created purely through this misapplication of the MIMS. The MIMS, known as chemistry, is currently a model. We think that the model might be wrong because the structured atomic people have apparently have improvements. And so, but it has, however, created very good results, very reliable results, because at some point, material becomes predictable when it reaches a certain level of atomic size. At the atomic size, it becomes fairly predictable in how it's going to behave. And that creates the ability to do certain things. However, that doesn't mean that we're now using the natural emergent properties. And, from the perspective, again, of the universe, it doesn't matter, right? Because there is no toxicity from the perspective of the superconsciousness. There is only the two poles, life generating and life destroying. The laws of life don't end.
So, Ramon, can we go back a little wee bit? So when you look at this, you talk about the 5 principles, right? So really what you're saying is everything's created through chaos. Eventually it becomes organised. And then eventually it goes back into a chaotic form again, and it reorganises or regenerates itself. And it may be different next time, it may be not. And that would be like you go back to when Greg, are we reborn that might be wrong, but anyway, what I'm getting at is there's no reason why when you go in this life form, your spirit or the energy of you goes and transforms again. It goes back into chaotic, and then it goes back into what?
Into something else.
Will be its next entity. That's right. Yes, that's right. So if you look at our system we have now, each time it happens, it creates a new order. So the old order trying to resist the new chaos of change for its order, because at the end of it, I don't know what I'm going to transmute into after this run, right? So I'm scared of the next run. That's a natural thing, isn't it? And you get all the issues of it.
Do we join a single consciousness, or do we keep our regular consciousness?
I think we join. I think we join up.
Yes.
And maybe.
Yes.
I think we join up and then start again, out the blue into the and out from the blue and into the black, innit? We come from nowhere as consciousness, and then
it's back to you have different matrices, and then each matrix has a parentheses that says when that thing is true. When you talk about the ethereal soul, what's called the Hun. The Hun is currently joined to the eternal, and so you're able to engage in quantum entanglement and do oracle processes, the book of changes, and get information about what's going to happen to you before it happens to you. So this is through quantum entanglement. And Carl Jung, if people get the chance, read his introduction where he actually engages the book of changes from a psychologist standpoint, and is getting information from his soul, both about the book of changes and about the God's desire to help mankind through the book of changes. And it's also talking through him, because he's the one who's doing the tossing. This is all very interesting because it's synchronicity and entanglement. But then secondly, the individual portions of yourself, so the E, which is the intellect, and the Po, which are the bodily souls, and then the Jur, which is the willpower and memory, and then the Shun, which is your individual spirit. These other four aspects that come together with the Hun to make the total Shun, these four are temporary and individualized. And when you die, they split into different portions. The Po, very famously, can become ghosts. They don't always become ghosts. Very many of normal Po simply, even if they form a plasmoid, they just sink down into the ground. And when we bury people, they're usually discharged. Rarely.
What do you mean by that? When we bury people, they're usually discharged.
Plasmoids, they basically ground out, and they just become part of the ground. Now, occasionally, they do achieve profundity of their own and go on to try and attach to people and animals to keep themselves going. And we have one of these plasmoids on video and engaging with the individual. And I'm in the room, and I can tell you I couldn't see it, but I could feel it in the room. But we caught it on low light. And it moved in a Birkeland current. It moved in a spiral up the person's hair. Now, when these plasmoids have some form of consciousness, they appear to be mostly hungry. And so the old Asian cultures called them hungry ghosts, Gui. Another translation of Gui is demon, but it doesn't necessarily have to be malicious. There are these Po can attach rather innocently. The same person who is in the video, she had a cat who died, and the other cat sat and stared at the end of the hall for a few hours one day, like a total of about 4 hours, stared at the end of the hall, and then the cat became attached, and then the cat became sick, and after a month or two, it died as well. And so these energies can attach and borrow energy because they want to live. They have the impulse to live. There is something in their data matrix that wants them to live. And so the ancient Asian cultures called them hungry ghosts. But the spirit, the Shun, does not have this function at all. And it seems to reconstitute completely to the greater spirit, if you want to call it the Great Spirit or the Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it. And this small Shin becomes part of the greater Shin, and it appears to be basically just ether, but organized, and in that way conscious. Your intellect appears to die completely. So the part of you that is your own individual self will never be born again. And your identity will be only existent in the one time, because that intellect is unique to your brain and the quantum conditions that your brain is currently existing in, including being on this call, including the things you ate today, including the way you're going to sleep tonight and what kind of dreams you're going to have. All of these things forming that. And then there's the willpower, or the free will, if you wish, the Jur. And the Jur is not separate from the endocrine system. So there is some interaction of the endocrine system with the neuro, and we now know this, called the neuroendocrinology. And so somehow your hormonal complex soup of yin and yang, where you have yang hormones and yin hormones, and the two interact with each other and control each other, all the way down from the genitals all the way up into the brain. And this complex interaction of thousands potentially of these hormones appears to interact with your nervous system to somehow influence again this MIMS, this impulse of ambition, desire, and hunger becoming a reality, driving towards a reality. And it's primarily stored in your low back and your right adrenal, but it is not only stored there. And so these five things are said to come together and make the individual. Some parts are eternal, some parts appear eternal, but only by bringing them all together do you have the complete individual. And then you'll never have that complete individual again. And you could argue moment to moment that one part of you dies and another part of you is born. Yes, it's very practical.
Yeah, see, Ramon, from what I've learned over the years, basically, when someone or something like a bigger animal dies, it's about 6 hours for all that spiritual energy to leave their body, if you get what I mean by that. And then, like you say,
Why?
when
What?
you bury
You mean
them.
when rigor mortis sets in?
No.
No,
I don't mean that.
It won't set in by then. It takes about 6 hours for that spiritual
to the life force
person,
to
that
leave.
self.
Yeah, for all.
Where is
the
it
life force
at?
to leave. That right word. Well, it's just going into the ether. And it will reappear.
It's the energy,
it will
energy
reappear
out of
again.
your
But
body
of course,
dissipating.
I can never be. Yes. And that's my view of what they call a soul. And that's your energy leaving your body, and off it will go, and one day it'll energise the next one.
Yeah, I saw it with my dad.
There you go.
You see it. You do see it. There's a you know, you can spot a dead body off from a living one from miles away. I'm telling you. You know,
easily.
It's not a visual.
Yes, I know. You know they're
Even
not
a child
there.
can do it.
Yeah.
Even a child can do it.
Yes, you can. And there is the cutoff, the separation isn't necessarily always as fast as what you think it is. It does happen, but is that just the energy? Is that the kind of some kind of energy kind of dissipating out your body? Is that what's leaving? And it does dissipate and joins. They reckon you've got like kilowatts of energy in your body. When you're alive, you've actually got kilowatts running around through in our bodies. The amount of electrical potential we've got in our bodies is enormous. That kind of dissipates when you die.
Yes. And there is energy wrapped up.
I'm talking about, Ramon. That's basically what you've been speaking about. And that to me is what your consciousness is. That energy.
Yes, well, that's of course the material life. That's the materialization of the concept. But remember that our difficulty as conscious beings is we are always seeing through the polarity. So what happens is we try to eliminate the spiritual, and it's not that necessarily atheists are bad people, or that neuroscientists are trying to deny the special uniqueness of our humanity. I mean, some are. I'm sure that there are some who just absolutely loathe the Gaia hypothesis or something. But realistically, that there is a limitation due to the basically there is I think probably most people are here familiar with the hologram concept, that there is a fuzziness to the universe, or there appears to be a fuzziness. Maybe it's just our eyes and what we're seeing and what we're measuring, but at any rate, that there is a non-infinite, that there's a quantization of reality in which you get down to there's a specific quantum length, and that quantum length, there is no more higher resolution to happen. And if that is true, then there is a certain amount of fuzziness to all things, including consciousness. And because of this, we have a need to, it's sort of like built into us, to remove all spiritual freedom and limit everything to a material. And so then by, you fast forward, eventually you end up with everything is, money. Everything's about money. And that is a problem because, of course, the law of polarity is still in action. And if the law of polarity is in action, then when you have material, you have spiritual. And if you want to discuss the spiritual, you must needs discuss the material. And this is a problem too, because the religious zealots want only to discuss the purity and the holiness of the spiritual, of the ether. But the truth of the ether is it is also material. If we do not address the material needs of people, then what good is the religion? It is creating the conditions of poverty and suffering around the world. But if we do not allow people to be truly spiritual, then we lead them towards a materialism which will also lead them towards death.
Yeah.
Inside and outside. Yes. It's a serious conundrum, and it's a serious paradox, as you said. A paradox would be I think the best word to describe the issue. How do we engineer a society that can meet the needs both spiritually and materially, and has equal respect for both? Yeah. It's a real difficulty. You wouldn't believe how many people. Okay, I won't even use Chinese terms. I will tell the person, okay, your back problem is created by an energetic issue, or your back problem is a mechanical issue, and I'm going to treat it primarily mechanically or primarily energetically. I'll say this every day that I have clinic, I'll have to explain to a person: am I going to treat you mostly energetically or mostly mechanically? Or am I going to treat this portion of your back and hip problem mechanically, and then I'm going to use energetics as the channels down here in order to move things? And they feel lost, and I'm using English words. That's the scary and sad thing about where we are in this day and age. You see, Nikola Tesla wouldn't have had any problem with this. I don't even think Thomas Edison would have had a problem. I don't think that Benjamin Franklin or Isaac Newton would have had a problem with this. I think that we have a problem. You have a problem with Newton?
Yeah, well, how is it that he lived his whole life and witnessed lightning and didn't even think of it being involved in the motions of the universe?
Well, because he's still got the limitations of physical strata. I mean, why is it that we thought that there were only 100 billion galaxies? You realize that until they decided recently it was 2 trillion. They said there's 100 billion galaxies. Why? Because there's about 100 billion neurons in the brain.
Yeah.
It's a problem of resolution.
I see.
That's it.
Now, what about how long the universe has been here? It's probably been here for trillions of years.
No, Greg. You're having the same problem we're talking about. It's infinite.
Okay. So it's always been here.
It's always been here.
It's just hard to conceive of something
rearranging.
not having a beginning. Yeah.
It's constantly rearranging, and like everything, it goes cycles. The sun has cycles up and down, and those cycles have cycles, and then the sun is cycling around something that itself has cycles, and that's cycling.
Yeah.
So we should probably run through the. Let's run through the.
That's the way I look at it. You get,
Okay, where do they start?
Get a group of people and put them all.
Well, we'll start with the king of the laws, which is causality, which is the heaven trigram. Okay, so you have yang over yang over yang. Okay, which is a sign of yang in the spiritual, yang in the material, and then yang also in the conscious layer. So you have Tian Ren Di is now 1, and 1 to the 3 is still 1. The law of causality is the king law, and you could say it's the only law, except for there are the other 7. But however, it sits in between, and this is the absolute key. It sits in between the law of flux or evolution, which is the wind trigram, and the law of resonance, which is the lake trigram. And these two are opposites of each other in that the wind trigram basically enables there's a yin bar that appears below the 2 yang bars, indicating a subversion of normalcy. So whatever is expectant becomes unexpectant. It becomes undermined from below. Now the wind trigram
That was pretty good. I forgot, man. Ramon's a smart dude. He's got a lot of brains. I gotta find part 2 if you want to watch it. I'm cool. We still got time. And let me see, what can I do? Well, I gotta find it. So bear with me for a second. Extended Plasma Part 2. I'll be right back.
Conceive of something not having
rearranging.
a beginning. Yeah.
It's constantly rearranging, and like everything, it goes through cycles. The sun has cycles up and down, and those cycles have cycles, and then the sun is cycling around something that itself has cycles, and that's cycling.
Yeah.
So we should probably run through the. Yes. Let's run through the 8 laws.
That's the way I look at it. You get,
Okay, where do they start?
Get a group of people and put them all.
Well, we'll start with the king of the laws, which is causality, which is the heaven trigram. Okay, so you have yang over yang over yang. Okay, which is a sign of yang in the spiritual, yang in the material, and then yang also in the conscious layer. So you have Tian Ren Di is now 1, and 1 to the 3 is still 1. The law of causality is the king law, and you could say it's the only law, except for there are the other 7. But however, it sits in between, and this is the absolute key. It sits in between the law of flux or evolution, which is the wind trigram, and the law of resonance, which is the lake trigram. And these two are opposites of each other. In that the wind trigram basically enables there's a yin bar that appears below the 2 yang bars, indicating a subversion of normalcy. So whatever is expectant becomes unexpectant. It becomes undermined from below. Now the wind trigram corresponds to spring, it corresponds to storms, but in the medicine corresponds to charges that enter into the body, causing electrical disturbances in the nervous system. Okay, now that wind trigram represents the law of evolution, or law of flux, if you will.
I'm looking for
it also
wind.
represents change and time. Are you following me?
Yes,
Yeah,
but I'm looking for the. Do you have? Is that in a? Do you have that in a graph or?
You know what? That diagram. The easiest thing for you to do is to look up, pull up a diagram called pre-heaven Bagua, or Bagua, or pre-heaven arrangement. Usually, they put the trigrams around the yin yang, which is called the Taiji Tu. Taiji means grand ultimate, and Tu just means diagram. So if you have the pre-heaven arrangement is the balanced arrangement, then you have the complete Taiji Tu, because now you have the yin yang, which of course is only a 2D representation of the 3D reality.
I got it.
And then you have, okay, very good. So the top should be 3 bars. And then going around clockwise, you should end up with the broken line below 2 solid lines. Then you should end up with the solid line between 2 broken lines, etc. Okay, good. So the following law after the law of evolution is immediately into the danger, which is the abyss, is the law of relativity. And boy, nothing has caused more disaster in the sciences and in between religions than relativity. The relative perspectives have been incredible amounts of danger for humanity. I would say almost every situation of conflict out there is primarily a problem of the law of relativity, and yet it is one of the best ones that we have studied in the last 100 years that we need more effort in. And
well, they reckon using relativistic law that the Earth, due to its traveling at 30 kilometers per second around the sun, and the sun's traveling at 250 kilometers per second, that the Earth has actually compressed by about half the thickness of a blade of grass. And that's all relativity.
So we're not only are we going to be compressed, we're going to be expanded. It's going to depend on the relative perspective. And the most difficult relativity is not the special relativity. The most difficult for us is apparently scale, or what I prefer to call zoom. That things appear different at different zooms really hangs us up. We have the most difficult time reconciling macro, human level, micro level, nano level, and seeing those properties propagate, and we go, oh well, it just stops working at this level. Well, it's not. It
all becomes conceptual. It all becomes conceptual.
Yes. This is because
I think you answered it before. I think you answered it before when you said the Greek, and if you look at the laws of relativity, would I be right in saying that they don't recognise infinity? Because it has to have a starting point.
Right. Well, the laws of relativity, all the sub-principles under the law of relativity, are flowing out of the law of evolution and change, which is flowing out of the law of causality.
Which is what you said to Greg
you can
before,
also
when Greg
can go back.
Yeah, when Greg asked before, when Greg asked before, well, when did it start? And you said, well, that's one of our biggest hang-ups. It's not really, it's always been there. It's infinite.
That's right.
Where we see everything in our perspective, that it has to have a start and a finish.
So as we move from relativity, we move down. We have the mountain trigram. The mountain trigram is the law of conservation. There's so much can be said about the law of conservation that we honestly cannot say at all. But let's just basically, he mentioned earlier, Nick did, which is that nothing is created or destroyed; it's only transformed. Then comes the Earth trigram at the South Pole is the law of vibration, which goes into Planck and energies. Everything is frequency and vibration. And then comes the thunder trigram. The thunder trigram sits opposite the wind trigram, and we see now the opposite. The yang is starting to emerge below the created stratum, and this indicates the law of rotation. Everything is in cycles. After that comes the law of polarity, which is the fire trigram. Then comes the law of resonance, and from resonance or harmony or rhythm and balance, then comes causality again. And you can go backwards with these, by the way. The one that is the one that everyone needs to focus on in their life is the law of resonance, and that's the one that corresponds to Lake or the youngest daughter or Joy. And you get joy because things that resonate generate yang or unity, and things that are dissonant create division and conflict and separation, which is yin. This is not a controversial bad thing. Without the separation, you couldn't be separate from the criminal or the pedophile or whatever. So it's a good thing to be separate. However, when one wants to resonate with the thing that they want, for example, if they want to study this law, if they want to study this cosmology, then they need to resonate by matching their frequency to that thing. And then if they do, the polarity will combine with the resonance and will create the causality. And the causality will lead to the changes that will lead to the things that they want in life.
And these 8 laws are all one law appearing as 8 and becoming all the different sciences, all the different religions, all the different cults and the branches and the sects and the the relativistic infighting, because everyone's trying to study some portion of the law of conservation that looks like this or looks like that. And all because they want to focus on the principles. And then some of them, of course, they want to focus not on the principles per se, but they want to focus on the power of the numbers, or they want to focus on the power of the force, or they want to focus on the power of the ether, or the power of the Lord, which is consciousness. And so then they separate everything, and this creates tremendous benefit and tremendous detriment at the same time. It's beautiful, but it's also problematic. But from the problem comes solution. It is life. It is life.
Well, long may it live.
Well, I put one of the laws of life is. Now, there's a destructive pole, the destruction of life, and then there's the creation of life. And the universe doesn't mind which one we do. It's us that are going to mind. We're either going to continue to pump toxic chemicals into the air and sea because we refuse to acknowledge this cosmology, or maybe the aliens are projecting a frequency onto us because we connected to them with the force and didn't understand the rippling effects and got basically stuck our foot in it. Depending on whichever hypothesis you think is the most pertinent to lead to a solution. Some people are afraid if we don't acknowledge the alien or government programs and the HARP and all that, then we'll never have it turned off or be able to guard ourselves. I tend to more go with that the ancient Hindu solution, which is that delusion and ignorance create dukkha, which is suffering, is the real problem. And in which case, then the only solution is pumping more energy into true education. And true education would involve this working cosmology. But that's just my opinion.
I think there are other factions who see the solution as just chopping away the dead wood, basically. The stuff that doesn't fit in with the paradigm, chop it away. Carry on with your own. Very happily.
I would hope so. But I'm on the camp of Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. I'm not in the camp of the ones who prefer to use it up and keep it for themselves.
Well, I'm not going
to malign Westinghouse and J.P. Morgan, but certainly the people who came after them are all about that, and the FBI and many organizations have certainly desired to hide out the truths of energy and the truths of free energy that are out there. And when I say free energy, I don't mean violation of thermodynamics. I mean actual free energy, energies that really work. And now we're at this.
Really right.
By the way, I'm a capitalist. I have nothing against the green energy industry. I do have something against all the solutions being more on the toxic end, and no one talking about thorium, and no one talking about geothermal and resonators and wind kites, etc.
Have you heard the Communist Manifesto endgame for them? Is when the last capitalist is hung on the guts of the last liberal.
Well, they're up to try. But the neat thing about my cosmology is it includes the science of violence, and so I'm a studier of the science of violence and self-defense, and I am not against I'm not against the flowing of love or the flowing of hate. Yeah. I'm only against the desires and wills of parasitic consciousness to control free-range consciousness. I don't have anything against parasitic. I mean, obviously, I don't love ticks and such, but it's only when the tick tries to control my life by giving me disease that I have a problem with it. I don't mind theoretically that it exists. And so I don't mind theoretically that the parasitic progressive exists. I only mind when the progressive tells me they're progressive and they're really regressive. And then they also tell me that I can say this or I can't say this, or that I can die or be re-educated in their Borg-like mentality. And I say to them, well, that's a good theory, but who's going to enforce it? And if you think that you're going to,
me, don't feed on me.
I've got the boxing sciences and the guns to prove that you're not going to win. And then if I'm dead, then I just get reconstituted. So it's not really a loss.
Treatment manifests itself through the behavior. Like treatment people get manifests to a behavior precisely like they receive by others. Kindness manifests kindness, etc. I would say that's pretty
generally. The science of self-defense, unfortunately, doesn't come up quite to that beautiful of a solution, because that would lead ultimately to pacifism, and pacifism, unfortunately, has not worked as a theory.
No, it does not at all. Hey, can you see the screen right now, guys?
No, I can't, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, this picture that I have up here, I wish you could see it, because I'll put a copy in Discord for you, Adusa. Yeah. But it shows, it's the wall at Douth Curbstone, K51, the Seven Suns. It's amazing. It looks just like the polar configuration. If you can't see it, I'll put a picture in
Delft.
It's amazing.
Ramon, while you're there, last time we spoke, like, it was the same thing at the end of it. At the moment, our education systems and all that have become very polarised, like what you were saying with the Olympics. And as I've looked through recently, listening to different things, Dollard and that, I'd argue with you that the current cryptos will probably fail, and the reason why I believe they'll fail is they're too complicated. Right, everything I tend to see out there that's natural is very simple. Right, so if you want to do a complicated mathematic formula for it, it probably won't last.
Well, there's some truth to that. I would say the key issue of cash as a MEMS was an improvement over coin, which was an improvement over barter, because it maintained simplicity. What will happen is crypto will be forced to become simpler to engage with, and that's the only way that MEMS will become successful beyond being a complex financial instrument for investment purposes. But the main interest that I have in it is that it is an emergent property out of the ether that is reliant on the power of the force and the power of the numbers. And so long as it's based on these things, then it has some kind of use. But I personally don't think that it's the best solution. But it is a viable solution for maintaining freedom of cash when cash is made illegal. And that's coming, by the way. It's already being voted on. And as we've seen with Australia, the Draconians will do anything that they can to maintain their own individual power. The funny thing is, their power is, of course, nothing compared to the electrical power that's surrounding everybody, even within the individual. But it is unfortunate that we still see power in terms of punches and manipulation, and it's pathetic, really. If there are aliens and they're observing us, I'm sure that they're embarrassed on our behalf.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, my thing is, Ramon, back to that, I went to the bank the other day And I was in there, and they had on this screen this woman, and she was talking about, how she's carbon neutral and all that. And there was these, a couple of people there, tellers. And I said to them, so I take it that woman up there on the screen now, she never hops in a car, never hops in a plane. She walks everywhere. She doesn't use plastics. And she probably doesn't even can't use electricity anymore because you can't differentiate unless you've got your own system on a pedal bike between what's green and what's not. Oh, no. We buy carbon credits. I said, what you're doing is, in reality, this is the truth of what you're doing. You're exploiting somebody else to live a lesser standard of life than you, so you can buy the so-called carbon credits that make you feel good. Because at the end of the day, the only way you can be carbon neutral is not to be creating carbon at all. I can't go and say because I don't use or Edusa. Edusa can't say, well, Andrew, I don't do this, I don't do that. Well, you're allowed a certain level, so I'll tell you some of what I don't do. Because, again, that's against the laws of thermodynamics that you talked about last time we spoke.
That's exactly right.
And that's what I'm getting at.
The
whole thing is charade.
It's correct. If you're breathing out, you're not carbon neutral. So, and then the entire purpose of it, of course, is just mental control. It has nothing to do with any kind of science. It has nothing to do with the Enlightenment. It has nothing to do with, and how has this come about? How have we allowed?
Nothing to do with the environment. It's got nothing to do with our environment.
All power. It's all human power. How has it come about? How has my central premise would be that the socialists and the Nazis have been able to come back and the communists to infiltrate because of the bad cosmology. And the reason, and I know that it sounds like a stretch to say, but it isn't really, because the bad cosmology led to the death of the Enlightenment. And the death of the Enlightenment could be tied directly to the rise of anti-fact, post-fact social Marxism, and the belief that you can't have, if you kill 1 + 1 is 2, if you can kill 1 + 1 is 2, then you can control people's free will.
Yeah, in post-World War II era, we brought 7,000 Nazis over here after World War II, and that didn't help matters any.
No, it didn't. But bad ideas are they're just as dangerous a disease as COVID or the flu, maybe worse, because
I would say.
Go ahead.
I would say, Ramon, forget communism and socialism. They're not the issue. The issue is fascism. And
that's what we were talking about.
Whereby we've got companies now. We've got companies now in this country telling people if they don't get vaccinated, they'll be able to sack them. Right. Now that's fascism in its purest form. That's not communism, and that's not socialism. That's fascism. That's the corporation now controlling them.
I understand that. Fascism is a very bad idea, but where does fascism come out of? In the National Socialist Party, it came out of a need of so you had the National Socialism, and it was all idea, but how do you actually make it happen? That's where the fascism comes from. Okay, so the only difference between it and communism is the mode of delivery, but they're all bad ideas.
And my argument would be too that the bloke who went up into space last week and made out wanted to call himself an astronaut, and that billionaire jumped on that. That he ain't. I wouldn't call him. I wouldn't call him a capitalist either. I'd call him a fascist. Because you have a look at any of you go and look at what he pays his people and the way and all that create the wealth for him. He exploits them to the best he can within the law. So I'd argue that that's not capitalism either. That's again fascism, right? And what Marx did was Marx was able to with what was his Eric? I can't remember his name now. Who I claim most of it. Did most of the work because Marx was too lazy. Engels, because Marx was just lazy. Yes. I'd claim that Engels did the majority of it. But what he did was create a measuring technique for a lot of what we call product. You know, so I don't see them things as the issue. To me personally, I see if I've read through them over the years, they've allowed you to measure what's going on. I'd say fascism's the greatest danger of all, because you get someone that's a speaker and it's all the busybodies behind that somebody that are actually controlling the narratives that no one sees. You could call that the dark matter. Had my read.
Well, I mean, if you look at the communist movement from Marx and Engels, they were all completely about equality. There are 100 different parties who joined the, for example, what became the Labour Party in England, and that was the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Blessed this, every kind of party you can think of, all the unions, and they all joined together in the name of equality, and turned into a Labour Party, which is just about, it's not quite communist, but it's certainly very left wing socialist. Right. And when these equality ideas are actually manifested in a system, it's exactly the opposite that happens.
The problem is
animal house.
When you get
animal farm.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done, so go ahead and finish your thought.
No, I've finished. Go on, Greg, sorry.
I was going to say, this is the problem that I have mused over before. When you have a lot of people that have, say, a single cause that unites them, it can't gain any traction unless it's organized. And then when you try to organize it, there has to be leadership, and then that's when absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Yeah. It's the corruption comes.
Yeah.
It can't be avoided.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Animal Farm was the greatest book ever.
But guys, and with all due respect, with all due respect, we're falling into the same division trap and politics trap that has been the reason why bad ideas are able to continue. From a perspective of the cosmology, even before you speak of the conditions of the MIMS, in these cases economic MIMS, there is the central issue that nothing is supposed to be continuously equal or at homeostasis at all times. That would violate cosmic rearrangement, which means that it's not only that the human nature is defied by Marx's ideas, it's that all of nature is defied by Marx's ideas, or that Marx's ideas defy all of nature. The cosmology teaches us that his ideas are absolute claptrap, and they always were claptrap, even though he came up with the ideas before the plasma electromagnetic cosmology revolution. And he was in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, seeing only the negative side and not seeing the positive side of it. But even though he was a caveman by modern standards, even back then, anybody could see that nothing was supposed to stay in homeostasis at all times. This is a violation of every basic tenet. Now, capitalism only is better in that it frees up the flow of the power of numbers at an accelerated degree by eliminating middle persons, in this case mostly feudalist nobility, and just other humans that just wanted to get in the way and take advantage of other people's energies.
Right.
But theoretically speaking, that's the degree of which it's good. Beyond that, you have to look at each individual MIMS that comes out of the capitalism, because we have now discovered several forms of capitalism or products of capitalism which we know are bad MIMS. Crony capitalism, fascism, vulture capitalism, and then we have several good capitalist MIMS which we underutilize, such as micro lending, funding, right? We created crowdfunding and then immediately started putting limits on to how to use crowdfunding. It's amazing. Crowdfunding is one of the greatest.
What is crowdfunding
that have ever been created? Go ahead.
What is crowdfunding?
You know, like GoFundMe, those kinds of things. It's like micro lending, but it's decentralized micro lending. So micro lending involves institutions, and we know that micro lending works. It brings people out of poverty. Yet we don't have enough micro lending. We don't have enough micro venture capitalism. These are things that there is only one micro venture capitalist website. Basically, it's called the Dream Exchange, and the difficulty in them creating the Dream Exchange for you to go and take your business idea on and raise money from venture capitalists without having to bring $2 million and meet with these people in their firms and their private equity firms and beg them for this cash, is that there's regulations, and the regulations keep you from doing it. And we see this because the crowdfunding, what they discovered was that the crowdfunding unleashed untold capital for regular people to create ideas that were good ideas, by and large. Of course, every once in a while, somebody's inventing a new dildo, or they're creating a gun that shoots viruses or something. Who knows? But most of the ideas that come out of crowdfunding are brand new, excellent inventions that help mankind. The vast majority of them. Occasionally, somebody is, they're saying. What was the very famous Save Toby? Give me money or I'll kill this rabbit and eat him. Okay. Yes, that happens because humans are quirky. But by and large, crowdfunding is one of the best capitalist memes ever created. Why is it still so second fiddle? Whereas vulture capitalism, crony capitalism, and now, yes, resurgent fascism and big tech censorship and monopolies on the rise again. We know that these are bad memes. They've been bad memes for hundreds of years, ever since the Dutch East India Company first got going. And they continue because we do not have a grasp on the concept of the memes. And we don't have a grasp on it because we don't have a viable cosmology that is leading the charge. What we have is a dead cosmology that enables cults of death and dark universes and all sorts of things, which, of course, the Christians are going, it's Satanist. I don't blame the Christians for saying it's Satanist. It seems Satanist to me.
I'm for anarchy. That's the only true government. Anarchy.
But anarchy won't work. Anarchy won't work for the same reason you said before. What happens is, eventually, anarchy can only work if everyone's prepared to put in relatively equally. But what happens is, after a while, I realised that I can sit down on the log and have a cup of tea and a smoke while Greg continues to do the work.
Right.
And that's what always causes the fire.
There's always going to be concentrations.
Everybody has to have the same ideology.
That's right.
Of the work that's required to keep
Well,
it.
we
keep
know,
it going.
we know that socioeconomics and the politics, because of the politics alone, let alone the socioeconomic part, we will get concentrations and gradients. And these gradients are good. I know that it sounds bad because we're sitting there going, who wants to live in a ghetto? But you know what? Lots of geniuses are born in ghettos. And lots of I am the product of poverty. I am the product of poverty. If people want to know what drives Ramon, if anybody out there is going, God, this guy is off the chain with all this, I am the product. We were poorer than Native Americans. Okay, we wish we had the money that they had on the reservation. Okay, we were really, really poor, and the conditions of hunger that were there drove me to the conditions that I am now. And I'm not saying it's something I prefer. I don't give poverty to my kids, and I don't give them the concept of poverty. I teach them the concepts of, I teach them this cosmology, and I teach them the power of capital. However, You cannot separate how ambitious I am from such a background. And we know that the gradients generate energy. We need the gradients, but we don't want it to become out of hand in any way. It should not be that an entire continent or two continents remains underdeveloped while another 2 or 3 continents and countries become overdeveloped relative to everyone else. We don't want to see that. But how to create the circulation, this is where the MEMS gets into the dual layer economics. And that's, of course, the dual layer economics is inspired by dual layers in plasma. But that's
Isn't
kind
it
of
funny that money is called currency?
Yeah.
It is. It is. And I think that it's very apropos.
The present current times. The river.
I don't want to get into dual layer economics tonight, but I do want to say that the basic. I've already asked people many times, come and join the cosmology. It's an open source cosmology.
That's
write EPMC papers and cite things. Go do the research. I don't care if they're doing archaeology. I mean, I try to do a lot of everything, right? I just released the paper on the IQ assets, China versus the world on the IQ assets. It's depressing, but it's reality. And then I talk about the geopolitics of that and what are the solutions and all the problems. And then I do the regular science. This is also an open invitation for people to involve themselves in the discovery of these MEMS. Because first of all, there's probably an infinite number of these MEMS. Secondly, I think that it's big money. And why does that matter? I know there's going to be a whole bunch of purists out there that, put up the cross.
And for the viewers, what does MEMS stand for?
The membranous interface of the material and spiritual. The reason why it matters that it's big money is that if we want the alt stream to win on its own terms and not to be a cannibalized zombie that the standard model just gobbles it up, if we ever want the King Arthur truth to be set free, we need capital, whether it's to produce our own documentaries or our own video games or our own marketing materials, etc. We need capital to make that happen. And the best way to make capital...
That means we need better energy systems to create the capital. We can't use the capital system we're using now, because you've already told me, Ramon, on numerous occasions, the system we got now doesn't comply with the law of the thermodynamics. So I say it's fake money, fake. As I wrote to an economist here the other day who was going on.
And on top of that, on top of producing a form of capital or using capital in a way to prove the cosmology, it's also good to show people that the science of the cosmology produces capital by connecting to it. It works for Thomas Edison. It worked for Nikola Tesla. It worked for George Westinghouse. I don't see why it shouldn't work for us. And so if people will do the research, then they will look into the MEMS. And if they look into the MEMS, we will find more gaps. If we find more gaps, we will bring the future into the now, just like the powered flight.
Yes.
But instead of, our assumption is that we're going to have hoverboards and flying cars. But so far that hasn't materialized. Why? Either we are not understanding the MEMS correctly surrounding those, or it is not a priority to the universe. And we have to understand what is it that the universe is prioritizing, because these shifts are happening. I think it was Grouch was saying, I can't remember if it was Nick or Grouch, but one of you was saying essentially the changes are going to happen. The changes are going to happen, and we're either going to get with it or we're not going to get with it.
We got to get with it. That's why we do what we do.
One thing I want to know. How come Gil Bates is the richest man on the planet?
I thought Bezel was.
Oh, maybe him then. He's not much better, I don't suppose.
Because of the power of numbers. Again, it's very simple. Bezos took advantage of the power of numbers, and he used a MEMS that was an emergent property that uses the force. Very straightforward. He combined the internet with the power of numbers.
He's not really the richest man on the planet. He has
like
access
40 billion.
to the majority of credit. No, he's not. He has access to $40 billion of credit. He doesn't have $40 billion. This is where everybody gets confused.
Either way, no one would argue that
because of his numbers, he has access.
I hear he sells $1 billion a year.
The point, though, is any one of them, if they felt like activating under the cosmology, they could have done what, you know, J.P. Morgan could have done for the Tesla Tower. We need more people. We don't necessarily have to be in the billions range, but it is there is some argument that we do need that kind of power, because we had one guy who tried to create a space energy company, and he got into the millions, and he was trying to get to a $28 billion company, and then he ended up in jail. And the question is, was he really a crook, or did they railroad him? It was the British court system, so you know, there's a good chance that he was railroaded. If people want to look it up, it's Peter Sage, Space Energy. He got railroaded on some charges related to Hewlett Packard and Sprinters.
He was railroaded.
Maybe he was, maybe he was a crook. It's hard to know, but the point is, we still didn't end up with a space energy company. So
there was a guy in the U.S. about 10 years ago, maybe now. He created a adapter you could put on your carburetor, and your car could run on water. He got poisoned.
Yeah.
They just poisoned him and took all of his work.
Yes.
I remember that, yeah.
It's crazy. I mean,
so when we explore these MEMS, I want people to take up the invitation, explore the MEMS, really think about what connects the material and the spiritual.
Yes, I agree.
Look at what I've written so far in the diagrams, etc. But then also we have to engineer MEMS that are, I guess they're unkillable in the same way that the scientific method is unkillable, or that the internet is unkillable. At least the basic concept of it.
What do you put in place? But what do you put in place to control the corruptibility? Because I agree with you, what you're saying, but what happens is it seems to be a human. I don't really think this is right, but it seems to be human nature that if you set something up like that, engineer it, it's my job then to see if I can corrupt it, right? And that seems to be what often destroys so many good ideas.
I think so, Gretch, and I think the works of Isaac Asimov express that with his foundation trilogy, where these people kind of had an idea, but in order to capitalize it, and they had to go underground with it for a long time until they could get it strong enough to move, to have some inertia. They had to go and basically hide it, and not put the heads over the parapet, because they get shot off the big boys. You've got to get an impetus and pop up with a right lot of energy before they know you're there. That's the only way that I can see.
Well, I think that my role as a visioneer is to first, I propose several of these hypotheses about what makes a good MEMS work. And it's in the papers. There's a part 2 is being edited right now, and it's coming out. It'll be out this weekend, I would say. And it has several hypotheses about what makes a MEMS work. And then in the new paper I'm working on, there's more hypotheses coming about what makes a MEMS work. But I would say that my role is to introduce people to this philosophy that is an outgrowth. It's a natural outgrowth of the cosmology. And bear in mind, everybody, that the heart of this is the cosmology, the plasma electromagnetic cosmology. Then there's the extended portion.
Well, they don't call it the queen of the sciences for nothing.
Right. And so there's lots of different extensions. I think that the most popular and where the biggest energy is in the alt stream, at least in our portion of the alt stream, it seems to be the electrogeology. That's one of the big ones, and then a lot of the people like the astronomy portion. There's some people who get into the creative mythology. Greg, you're one of those. And so we have plenty of that. Now the question is, where can the cosmology then reach to? And that's where this philosophy is only one philosophy. There's going to be other philosophies that emerge out of this extended cosmology. And I see my role as sort of kicking lots of pebbles and seeing how many of them roll down the hill and become big giant snowballs, and and then these things run through the problems, and then later on, billionaires and trillionaires. I want to create trillionaires, and I want to create these trillionaires not to be fascists, but to then serve mankind by utilizing their knowledge and their skills to hopefully I'm still there. To utilize their knowledge and their skills to
organization ability,
terraforming products, to create world-saving products, because we haven't even talked about, Greg, the Birkeland polyphase superweb, and one of the whole reasons I created that paper was because no one's talking about the threats of class 6, 7, 8 plus cataclysms. Okay, I mean, occasionally they talk about the asteroid. Okay, but that's actually a broad range. It could be a class 4 catastrophe, or it could be a class 7 catastrophe.
Yeah, we have a skinny little surface on top of a dynamo of a planet.
That's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head when we talk about the Hajim interacting with the PIMS. We are on the thinnest layer of that.
Yes.
Where the shells of heaven meet the shells of earth, and we're existing in tenuousness. And it is the hero inventors that will create the solutions for that, whether they are thunderbolts generators that can blast the asteroids, or some kind of force fields, magnetic force fields around the earth. Mm-hmm. But the only way that's going to happen is if we engineer we're not going to do it by printing money to infinity and hoping that the printed money to infinity leads Bezos to make more penis-shaped spaceships to carry up a few rich people. And then they didn't even like it. Did you see this? They didn't even like the trip. This is so I'm sitting there going, then what was the purpose? If they weren't
when he had that goofy hat on. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't.
And his constituents
it made their egos feel very full for a few hours. That's what it did.
I tell you, if the aliens were watching, they were laughing their asses off. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, they probably are. They probably are. That's another thing too. You know, if there were something like. I was just going to say, you know, if someone claimed to be an extraterrestrial and they had come here from another star, then they better damn well know the universe is electric, because if they don't, then they're full of BS.
Yeah, I mean, the chances are that an alien species, if they master this cosmology, they would never let a fiat economic system determine whether or not that they can interact with that cosmology and or create things that utilize that full power of the force and of the ether to generate new things. They would confine the economics and the power of the numbers toward, they would channel it. Mm-hmm. Right? That's how do you attain power? You channel the thing. You channel the river or into it, the canal, or the rail on the railroad. You channel it. And so the power of numbers should be channeled. Right now it's just blah, it's everything. It's every one of these celebrity physicists wants to be as big as the Rolling Stones by doing math. And I'm like, that is not the purpose of math. Why are you trying to do that?
I know. Yes.
It's biology.
Well, you know,
And
in the
see,
ancient
that's what
times,
them
the
calls
only
for.
place someone's mind could expand was in mathematics, without the church coming down on them. That's
Well,
why
yeah,
we hold mathematics so highly in esteem.
That's true. And it's funny. We've had a couple of 20th century first examples of religions that were engineered out of the use of mathematics and of science. But there's still the problem. There's still the problem of resolution in biology, and we haven't yet dealt with that. It's understandable though. A lot of these guys, they want to get big, and then some of them want to end up. Well, they want to have a lot of sex. I mean, you know, and that's their biology.
Yeah, it's a young
we're kids.
But the downside of that is that it can harm forward progress.
I mean, no doubt.
Very
about
famously, did you guys ever see Wild Wild Country, which is the documentary about Osho? Did you guys ever see that? That's a hell of a documentary. It's a It's a 5-part documentary. It's pretty amazing. I didn't know this about Osho, but he owned like over 100 Mercedes Benz. Now, I don't have anything against like your Jay Leno owns a lot of cars, but he collects individual different cars. I think it's more like an art thing for him. But this is a person in Osho who is supposedly spiritual, and it's like beyond 2 marshmallows. You know what every marshmallow tastes like. Why did he need many Mercedes Benz?
No doubt.
And where was this power and this economics coming?
There's
the power of knowledge.
Why did Imelda Marcos have 2,000 pairs of shoes?
Psychosis.
Yeah, complete psychosis. You know, it's a waste of money. It's a complete waste.
So that goes back to my point. So you have this guy who theoretically he inspired people to do really interesting and great things. If you watch the documentary, you'll see what I mean. These people, they were, before the cult became super dangerous, at first there was actually a huge amount of creative energy. And you think, God, that's exactly the thing that we need, but in permaculture or in free energy generation or in reforesting and creating, turning parks of grass into parks of food, that kind of thing. And so you go, well, what went wrong here? Well, what went wrong is simply that the MIMS, there was no MIMS design. It was just, again, ambition and desire, and I want it now. I want it all. And the universe just provided. It said, yeah, sure, you can make enough money to have hundreds of Mercedes Benz, and there's women everywhere, and you have all these guns. And you create this land. People need to watch the documentary, Wild Wild Country. It is a very intense documentary, and it caused me to write an EPMC paper right around the time the COVID was coming out, and I talked about gurus and all this stuff, and it made me think if we could direct this biological gift we have / curse, then we would finally be capable of bringing this cosmology to bear in a positive manner. And I mean positive, absolutely, like reforesting rainforests, saving coral reefs, terraforming Mars, shooing the homeless, that kind of absolute positivity in which no one could, in their right mind, could argue is good or bad. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to do that if we don't acknowledge that there's a huge biological force driving a lot of our behaviors.
Yes, it's just so ironic. It's just like
an electric force.
it exists on all levels too, and I'll give you a small example. When I was 12 years old, I played on a team called the Cubs. We were the majors. They had a minors and majors, and we were 11-0 going into our last game against the last place team that hadn't won a game yet. And guess what happened? They beat us. Yeah, they beat us. Yeah, I mean, that's just a little example. That to me is the universe paying attention and making a change. You know what I mean?
You can't rest on your laurels, can you? You can never rest on your laurels. Never.
No, you can't get caught looking past something that's coming.
And we can't stop time and get on with we can't stop
Murphy's
time and
law.
analyze it. Yeah.
Murphy's law applies.
It will go wrong if it can.
And at the worst possible moment.
Yeah.
It happens.
Do you ever find it interesting that when Cortez arrived, right? He interrupted a government program which was all about ripping out hearts to sacrifice to either Mars or Venus. This isn't exactly clear which war god, but either way, it's probably Venus. And this government program, by the way, was probably instituted by the Aztecs because the pox had spread down from Cahokia after the Chinese had arrived. But anyways, so setting aside whether or not the pox was the cause, there was some reason for this government program. Now, the government program of the Mexica, or we call it the Aztecs, was to capture their neighbors and to then rip the hearts out of young men and virgins.
That's crazy.
Hundreds of thousands of them in a week. Now, this is a government program. Well, now here's the question. When Cortez showed up, at first they were completely amazed by the beauty of Tenochtitlan. I'm sure I'm butchering that word, but you get the Mexico City, okay? Mm-hmm. It was a beautiful paradise, except it had a mountain of skulls on a rack in the center, and there was government programs of heart ripping. Now, isn't that a strange dichotomy?
So they've ripped the hearts out of living people?
Yeah.
Yes. And here's the thing. The Spanish rightfully stopped the government program. Unfortunately, their own government introduced their own diseases and their own problems. They also, their government program destroyed the beauty of the city.
Yeah.
So,
but there was no beauty because it was being ripped out.
Ramon, an easy way of putting that into analogy is if you take the makeup up off the beauty, she's often not very beautiful.
That's right.
You know, the old thing about you wake up the next morning and you look beside you and you want to chew your arm off.
Well, look at
and
Venus.
That's what was there. You know, like you scratched the surface, and underneath it, it was totally reprehensible to everything that majority could ever consider.
But don't you think
they were able to get away from it? They were able to get away from it.
But the point that I'm making is not that the Aztecs were a better society than the Spanish.
Did it?
The point I'm making is
no, because the Spanish stopped that, and then they went to introduce their own.
But my point is, wouldn't it be ideal if you could have a humanistic government system which does not also ruin all of the beauty, which weirdly existed in an anti-humane government system? Wouldn't it be ideal if you could?
That?
There was peace in the gods. It's like Abraham sacrificing the thing that he loved the most, Isaac. They wanted to kill the things to appease their gods.
Here's what we know from the Chinese when the Chinese arrived in Cahokia. The essentially proto-Mayan civilization up there was engaged in just the exact same thing. They had the same hill of skulls. They had the similar dress. They had similar customs, right, based on the Mayans from before. And they were engaged in scouring people of their sins, particularly their own people, but also any tribe people that they could catch, and bring to the capital in Cahokia. Then they would do it. Now, they showed this off to the Chinese proudly. And then later on, the pox began to spread from the Chinese army into the Cahokia, and the Cahokians doubled down. So probably the Aztecs were responding to the influx of the pox 60 years later by trying to appease the gods, as Nick said, sort of an Abraham and Isaac situation. And this goes back to very bad ideas people have had about whether or not we could control the gods with our human activity here on Earth, which is ridiculous because the power levels that we are able to marshal are not capable, obviously, of extending to that kind of degree. We now know energy, just electricity-wise, 30 milliamps can kill our heart, 100,000 amps above the up in the plasma electromagnetic sky at all times, actually up to 600,000 amps on an average day. So, it was an unreasonable belief, but it is a superstitious belief that was found in Babylon. It was found in China. It was found in Mexico, in North America, and South America. It was kind of a belief all over the place. But what I'm more interested in is not that people got superstitious. That happens even to this day. There are YouTube videos of people having superstitious beliefs in suburb neighborhoods, about objects and trees, etc. What I'm interested in is that there was a culture that created so much beauty despite being so ridiculously unhumanistic. And then another one that was based on a humanistic cosmology, but then behaved so barbarically and spread disease and destruction. In both cases, the common denominator is government programs, by the way. I just want to point that out. But
well, I argue the common denominator is power and control. That's the common denominator, power and control.
That's the government programs are
within the human.
Yeah, because who declares themselves the government? Fasten your seatbelts. We're taxiing down the runway, about ready to take off. We're fixing to climb.
And away we go!
I always thought that was an old wives' tale. Who would fly a kite in a thunderstorm? But he actually did do that. He's lucky he didn't get killed. But he was smart. He had the key in a jar, or so I think. He remarked that the sky is electric in 1752. Then, James Clerk Maxwell, with the help of Oliver Heaviside, one of my heroes that I've learned into math equations, he was able to put every electromagnetic effect into math equations, and thus electric theory was born. The next guy to come along is a name that we're all familiar with, Christian Birkeland. And Birkeland was the first person to suggest that the causation of the aurora borealis was coming from the sun. He was severely ridiculed for this by this guy Chapman, who was another one of those gas bags who believes in his own image. Chapman thought that the Earth was producing them completely within itself, and Birkeland was proven right at the beginning of the space age from a probe which found that the Sun and Earth are indeed connected. But you will get cosmologists even to this day who think it's not. Then in 1932, Irving Langmuir came along and noticed that plasma mimicked life. the blood cells, so he stole the name and gave it to plasma. American chemist Irving Langmuir. Today is Irving Langmuir's birthday, so it's a good time to remind ourselves of his very illuminating and timeless warning about pathological science. Langmuir was the first industrial scientist to win the Nobel Prize. The prize was awarded to him for pioneering contributions to surface chemistry, although he also did important research in electronics and solution chemistry. He did most of his work during the early part of the 20th century when science, especially physics and chemistry, was advancing at breakneck speed. Not surprisingly, when science advances at breakneck speed, so do its quacks. Langmuir took note of the many cases of fraudulent science published during the previous decades, and in 1953 gave a talk about the misuses of science, which he titled Pathological Science. His basic definition of pathological science was science which tricked people into believing false results by subjective effects, quantum, wishful thinking, and threshold interactions. Not all pathological science is willfully fraudulent, but all of it suffers from a common set of pitfalls that distinguish it from solid science. One can recognize how prescient Langmuir's talk was by the fact that many of the criteria we use today for evaluating scientific results or progress and identifying scientific misconduct are elaborations of his theses. Indeed. I mean, he knew. I bet he knew a lot of things, like the electric workings of the universe. I bet he had a good idea of it. Yeah, interesting that he would write that. I think maybe I'll do a video on him. He looks pretty interesting guy. Moving on. You know, like all things that are covered up, there has to be a reason why they do it. You know, what does it mean that Standard Model is covering up the real deal in space? I'm sure it's for a reason. Did you know a magnetic field is more like a fog? Double layers are noisy. Name another name that should be recognizable to you, Hannes Alfvén. And with him, according to Professor Scott, Alfvén was an electrical engineer working for a Swedish power company. They were having these explosive disasters, and they tasked Alfvén to find out what it was. And he not only found out what it was, but he fixed the problem. It turned out that there was a capacitance going on, rather a plasma phenomenon. And every now and then it would explode in these high voltage DC direct current transmission lines. Alfvén deduced that these explosions were occurring in a double layer. So, as Professor Scott says, he extrapolated his ideas into the cosmos. And he reasoned out that this is exactly what is happening in something like a coronal mass ejection. Then Tony Peratt, who was able to create a spiral galaxy in a simulation in a supercomputer using nothing but plasma. And then last but not least, a fellow named Winston Bostick actually created a plasma structure that looked exactly
Well, that was an interesting evening. One moment. I'm glad that you stayed with me. And all good things must come to an end. It's time for me to sign off. I'm tired. I caught a cold. Been doing okay though. My body's fighting it off. And was going to do some chatting, but we got into the Ramon thing, and I'm glad we did. I forgot about that. I learned a lot. He's a good guy. And I'll probably try to have him on again soon. It's been a long time. I just wanted to say hello to everyone. Hey, Grouch, you still there? Yes. Jamalama? That was a crazy one. Thank you, Jama. Rick Jones, bitch. Rick James. Rick Jones, thank you for coming. And I had a great time. We're going to be back soon. Get into some more of this. Sea of Kronos, good to see you. Daryl. During me? Let's see.
Derry A. Darren.
Derry A. Darren. Okay, good to meet you, Derry. And we got, let's see.
Imjolnir's Roth the Pranksters.
Okay, good to meet you. I can see some new names in here. That's good. I'm glad. And, Ramon maintained the audience, so that says a lot. I'm going to have him on again soon. We haven't spoken in a while. It's been maybe a couple years. But I got to reach out to him. I had a lot of fun doing these videos with him. And we'll get some more in. I know he's got his own thing going now, and I'm proud of him. He's doing good. And Sea of Kronos, love you, man. Love all of you. Thank you for coming and staying with me. And I'll see you next time. If anyone has any ideas or any subject that you want to see, just put it in the comments. And I'll poke around and see what I can find. I did want to show another little bit of Eric Dollard, but I'm going to just upload that because it's getting up there. We're over 5 hours, and I'm tired. I got a cold, trying to get rid of it. Other than that, everything's peachy. Happy New Year's. I love you, and I always hate leaving, but I gotta go. I'll see you next time. It won't be long. You're the best. I have the best audience on YouTube. Thank you so much. Remember to like, share, subscribe, and donate. A couple bucks if you can. It's okay. Thank you so much. Good night. There is one more thing. Some say that we're on the brink of World War III, nuclear war. I hope that President Trump turns that around, because Emmanuel Velikovsky called it right when he said, "Are we not in a predicament? The victim of amnesia tries to repeat the performance. That's always been on my mind. I sure hope that don't happen. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. See you later. Bye-bye.
Is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma. Are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
science papers and you don't really step through them, you know, I think that there's a certain value to that work. A lot of what I built in the very first gateway, and what